Let's begin. Just turn music down a little bit. Oh, it's been bad for everybody, is it? Okay. If we got it then, scroll up to the top. Mr. G, Andy, Amok, DMX, Dockster, Hackmavin, Prince Phase, Citizen. Who am I missing? I think that's everyone. Hi guys. So, I'm actually going to start with a bit of Kahlua tonight. Just to get me warmed up. Hey, Mr. Jacob. Welcome to the stream, dude. Let's put this back. Oh, that's good stuff. Good stuff. Hey, Hayes. Talk slow today. Okay. Hey, C64 Mark. And Mad Beagle as well. Hey guys. So before I start, I'm going to show you where I got with the transition stuff and my aim for the theme. So I posted this in Discord earlier today, but this is the kind of mock-up that I'm going to use to do this kind of theme throughout the game, basically. So anytime there's a UI only section, so title screen, high scores, level bonuses, I'm going to use this this theme. So this is a mock-up I did. I actually have the original file in here, but it requires some extra stuff. So there's going to be a background split here to split between red and yellow, and this orange section here is going to be sprites, and this is going to animate up. So these zigzags will be moving up the screen behind this area here, but actually behind the text as well. God damn it, I love that. Where did you get that retro thing from? I want that. Well, let's hover over it, find out. What about brunch? Okay, I need to go and check that channel out because I want that badly. Is everybody else getting that? Maybe if I restart with my settings down a little bit. But to be honest, if this is the same for everybody, I don't think it's gonna make much difference what I stream at. It's probably going to be the servers, because I'm getting no drop frames here. So nice mock-up, yeah. So the idea is this is what's gonna happen after the transition. So you're gonna get a transition to yellow screen, which I'll show you in a second. Then this orange section is going to slide in from the left, animating all the time upwards, and then this red section is going to slide in from the top with the text in place, and then all this content here will be added as necessary. I'm not sure restarting would do very much good, to be honest. I'm getting no drop frames on this side, and I'm imagining it's going to be a server problem. So I don't think there's a lot I can do about it. If it's still a problem at the first break, then I'll give it a try. I'm not going to restart yet, because it seems some people have got problems, others don't. So I guess switching servers might help. God, it's really sticky, that stuff. So yeah, this is the idea, and this is the theme I kind of want to put. Andy doesn't have any lag, that's typical, isn't this is the theme I kind of want to try and keep throughout the game. So the intro screen is going to be the same. So I think we'll have a splash screen. I've got my Evolute Games logo that I did years ago, so I'm going to convert it to C64, and that's going to be like the splash that appears, and then the transition will happen exactly like it does here, but instead of level bonus, we'll have some sprites for the game title. This will be blank here, and then there'll be a scrolling text using this font here. So this is the font that Steps did, which is a enlarged version of the arcade font, which is what's been used here. And then the middle will contain various bits of information like press fire on player 1 or player 2 to start, the list of the high scores, the credits, things like that. So yeah, I think it is server-side because it seems to be everybody has different results. So hey Decor 29. Welcome to the stream. Oh, God damn it, my inhaler's not working. There we go. The beautiful thing with this is actually, in terms of characters, it doesn't actually take a lot. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 characters. In fact, this will just be 2 because this will be done by sprites, the orange bit here. This will be sprites. So actually it's 3 characters to create all this extra fluff around the side. 3 characters and 2 sprites. It's all it's going to need. Seems to find after a Firefox restart. Oh, interesting. Hey C64, sorry, welcome to the stream, dude. So that's kind of what I want for the theme, which also means I want to kind of theme the game around these colours as well. So I don't know how we're going to do that. I will work with whoever wants to work on it, actually. I think Foro did the original graphics. And well, I'll just work to kind of get the theme the same in the game, so it doesn't look kind of janky when it moves between the game and the theme. So let me show you the transition. So still got a few timing glitches in here, but generally it's kind of how I want it to look. Let's see, there's a couple of timing glitches over here, but you can kind of get the idea of how the transition should kind of look. Maybe some nice randomly pick up intros at the bottom. Oh yeah, the pickup. Yeah, so the power-ups will be so the intro will be all that. So the yellow area is kind of the content, the cycling content. So I went from moving left to right to moving right to left on this transition because it just made the code a little bit simpler and the timing a little bit easier to handle. And I think with the orange bit coming in from the left and the other stuff coming in from the top, it frames things nicely. So I think this will look pretty good when it's in place. Let's say there's a couple of timing issues over this side of the screen. You can see a couple of little lines appearing here and there, but you can see the idea, and again it ties the theme together. So you've got the red, you've got the orange, you've got the yellow coming across, forming just the yellow bit, and then everything else will kind of move in on top of it, and this will allow us to. I should be able to transition this at any point in time. When it's rotated, yeah, it won't be rotated. Yeah, the beard is shorter. I gave it a trim on Thursday. God, this Kahlua is super sticky. I think I need to get some wine on the go. So today's wine, courtesy of, I think it was Morrison's that delivered this. Sauvignon Blanc from New Zealand. Yeah, there's just a little bit of timing issues on the left hand side of the screen. I'm trying to do a lot in that time, so I'm using bank switching to turn sprites on and off. But the timing for certain lines seems to be off. I don't think it's to do with bad lines, because I've deliberately timed them around the bad lines. So I'm not sure. I didn't spend an awful lot of time on it. I spent maybe an hour or two on it this morning, I think it was. Source Okenheimer testing the horizontal sprites limit, so there's Mez last night. No, the emulator lets them remove the sprite limit. But why would you want to remove the sprite limit? Because then you have the problem that you may become kind of overconfident in what you can do, and then when you run on real hardware, you still got the limit. Interesting though. But yeah, there you go. So that's what I will finish this off this week. I might try and get it ready for next stream, and then we'll put it in. I'd like to get the intro going, because I think if we get the intro in place and the bonus screen with these transitions, we've completed the kind of main flow of the game then, and then it's just a matter of polishing and stuff. Oh my god, fingers all sticky and everything. Still got your COVID-19 gel beard. Cool, so that's where I'm at with that anyway. So it's looking good. I think we'll definitely be able to get it in game. One thing I was thinking as well is it's going to be really easy to move stuff around in the banks. So I was having a look at the banks as they used in here, and there's plenty of room to move stuff around. For a start, I'm not using any of the original screen space. You can see this, I started 0800, so I might use that 0400 to 0800 as a copy area for this stuff here. So I need to copy out 1 kilobyte of enemy sprites so that I can do the transition. So let me connect Fluebits. Okay, that's really nice, that stuff, but I forgot how sticky it was. Okay, hopefully everybody using Fluebits is connected okay. Just a reminder, if you are subscribed to me, either through Twitch or through Patreon, you can request access to the Fluebits server, and you can watch the code as we go along. You can't edit the code, but you can kind of view any part of it and compile it as you wish. I'm going to swap my ear for this headphone because any chance of adding some vodka and milk to that, Kahlua? No, I don't have any vodka. I've got milk. I can add milk to it, but I kind of like it. Neat, to be honest. I just forgot how sticky it was because I'm usually drunk by the time I drink that. So. Okay, so on the last stream we started looking at the power-ups. And we got the basics of the power-ups in, but there was a few things that I needed to do, and I noticed a couple of bugs as well. So the first bug I noticed was when you eat the enemy, the first one doesn't appear in this list. I get points for it, but it doesn't appear in my weight list on the diabetes meter, whereas the second one does. This is filled up now, and this should actually be filled to the top now. But for some reason I'm only showing one. So I think the reason it's not filling to the top is because, I mean, even if you count this as double, it would only be 2/3, is because it's still counting the power-ups when it counts these. I can't remember what that power-up does. I did have a list of them somewhere. Oh my god, I've got too many post-it notes now. thing is, I use these post-it notes for work as well, so I get kind of muddled up sometimes. I made a nice list of them. Ah, there we go, list of data. I don't think it's anything you guys can do, so... Hey, Case, Padua and Crocomire, welcome to the stream, guys. You already made this game. Last time I checked you had one blue-yellow screen. Blue-yellow screen. Oh, I'm not sure what you mean there. So the bonus screen I'm going to leave as is, because basically it just needs kind of rearranging slightly to match the mock-up that I did. Actually, the wording's completely different, but I've got more space now, I realised. So there's a little bit of adjustment needs to happen to make this look right, but I'm not fussed about that at the moment. I'm going to wait till I get the transitions in before I do that. Only blue and some buggy yellow orange bits on it. Only blue, some buggy yellow orange bits on it. Oh, you mean the transition stuff? No. So that was Thursday. I think he meant this thing. I think that's what you're talking about. It's still a bit buggy, but it's getting there. Let's do some rasters. No. So the bonus is going to change. So let's say the bonus is going to look like this. So there will be one raster split on this screen, which is just going to be here. It's just going to switch the background from red to yellow. Nothing crazy at all. It just needs to be somewhere between these two rows. So basically in this row here. Just so that when it switches to here, that the yellow background comes through. It's just because we're using actually it's using multicolor mode at the moment, so there may be another split. There may be one here as well, which just turns high res mode back on for this bit here. Yeah, that's it. But the transition doesn't look buggy now compared to how it looked. Yeah, it's improved a lot. So when I first did it, I was doing it from the other side, and I was getting all sorts of crazy bugs. There are still some bugs you can see over this side. You can see some timing issues here. I can probably solve them with a few knobs in the right places. I just need to figure out what it is. I need to put it together properly. I'm also going to try and write this so that it's a completely separate tool. So you will just trigger an IRQ, point the IRQ at the beginning, and then it will trigger that section and set a flag when it's complete, at which point you can move the IRQ to somewhere else and set your colours to yellow. That's good enough for me. Yeah, it's good, but it's not quite there. It just needs... Let me show you again. So you can see on this side, over the left-hand side of the screen, you can see the little lines appearing. I mean, for something that happens so quickly, it's probably acceptable. But I'd like to try and get rid of those lines if possible, because it just kind of takes away from the smoothness of it a little bit. So anyway, that's enough of that transition. Okay, so game. So first of all, I want to figure out I want to figure out this scoring problem that I've got. It's not scoring, it's eating. So you see how I've eaten one and that this meter doesn't update. But when I eat the second one, it will update. So I need to figure out why. It's a Vic chip bug. No, I'm not going to accept that. I mean, it probably is. It probably is something to do with the Vic chip, definitely. I think it's to do with the timing. Because I'm essentially trying to switch a Vic bank, switch a colour, and switch an X position of a sprite. Now that should all be possible inside the border. As long as I prepare accumulator X and Y somewhere in here, as long as I only set them when I'm in the border, it's only 3 sets, so that's 12 cycles. I can easily do 12 cycles in the border. So it's just about getting it right. So you see more of those types of glitches in those to remove. Yeah, the glitching was out of control before. Yeah, it is Vic bank switching because I need to basically turn off up to 7 sprites, so I can potentially have no sprites turned on one line, and then on the next line I need to turn 7 on, and that's difficult to do in that space in the border. So I set the Vic bank ahead of time and then just switch the bank to turn them on and off, which does mean I need to keep 1 kilobyte free, which I've got in the original screen RAM. So 0400 to 0800 is free. So as long as I copy out the enemy sprite data, which doesn't matter because all the sprites will be turned off at that point, then I should be able to quite easily make that work. And I just need to keep 2 sprites free. Yeah, 2 screens of RAM required, yeah. But I've got that. I just need to do a quick kind of 1 kilobyte RAM copy. C64 is 24 by 21 pixels for the standard sprite size. It's weird, I know, but it's because it's 63 bytes. So it fits neatly. Although, mind you, that would have been super wide. They could have gone with 16 by 16, which would have been 32. Would it have been 32? Yeah, 16 by 16 would have been 32. But I think because of the double wide pixels, they went for they went for one size up and a few more extra lines. Okay, right. So let's get the ETA meter working properly. Okay, so first of all, I need to work out where that's actually been triggered. Let me open up a few views. My 0 page in here, as I like those to be there. I think this is in enemies or enemies behaviors. So I'm just going to check through these. Double width or double height. Yeah, there is. You can also use the height expansion property if you do cycle exact, but line exact timing. You can trick the sprite into redrawing rows as well. So you can theoretically do any height from 21 or higher. But that's a bit tricky to do, and there really isn't much. There isn't really that much need to do that in a game. The trade-off from exact timing and isn't really worth it in the game. You're going to lose a lot of cycles to do that. Okay, so where's the absorb? I think the absorb was a behavior, actually, wasn't it? Let's have a look. No, it's not the behavior, it's the macros. See, this is what I want. Okay. Or was it in here? Maybe it wasn't here. Let me check here first. Absorb behavior. Okay, here we go. So the absorb behavior is what's doing the sprite copying. So it copies the new sprite into the absorb buffer frame. So the fact that the sprites get absorbed like they do is because it's copying into these frames based on the sprite point. So there's one for each possible enemy on the screen. Buffering problems back. He did nothing. Oh yeah, that's a good point, Andy. Actually, it probably is due to that as well. They realised that, but I mean, they could have still done 32. They could have done 16 by 16 sprites as well, and just made them only use half the bank or something. I don't know. But yeah, I think it's probably just an efficiency thing, isn't it? Okay, right, so this is where we're actually adding the enemies. So we're adding 350 to the enemy, and this is what increments the eat meter for the player. Okay, so we decrease the total enemy count, and we increase the counter here, and then we update. So let's stick a breakpoint here and see what happens when I kill the first enemy. And let's do it through the debugger as well. So I should have Noah board working in the bottom corner. So one of the main reasons I've enabled this is so that when I do use the debugger, you guys can see what shortcuts I'm pressing, even though I forget myself half the time what they are. Just so I don't have to explain every single shortcut that I'm pressing. But you guys can still get some information about what I'm actually doing. Okay, so let's try killing an enemy. Okay, so the eater meter actually gets updated straight away. So I think one of the decisions we made was once you've begun eating the enemy, that's it. You're locked into that. You get the score for that, but you're locked into that at this point. So just to check in here, decrease. Wait, that doesn't look like the right place. Doesn't look like the right place at all. Okay. But again, it didn't update. You see, it didn't actually. Oh, hang on. Oh no, it's in a behavior, so it should be breaking at that point, but I'm not seeing that code properly. Let me put a marker in here just so I can see. Just call it eat marker. (3B26). Okay, I was definitely not seeing it at that point. So let's go and have a look at 3B26. Okay, yeah, definitely got a breakpoint in there now, and that looks like the correct place. But it's breaking somewhere else. That's the annoying thing. It's breaking here. Okay, I'm going to leave that in and do it without that. This is the only problem with the debugger, is sometimes you do have some issues kind of pissing around with these things. So I discovered a nice piece of hardware today called the Game Boy Advance Consolizer. and it's a hardware mod that somebody's made that allows you to take the internals of a Game Boy Advance, the original kind of, the wide version, not the SP, and implant them into a 3D printed case with a special breakout board on top, which gives you a SNES controller port, HDMI out, power in, and a switch as well, and so you can turn it into the Game Boy. Ridiculous. Yeah, I think I've seen them going fully built for about £350, but you can buy the kits which come with the boards, the sockets, the ribbon cables, and the 3D printed stuff for about £150, which I'd be willing to spend. Unfortunately, though, they're out of stock at the moment, because obviously it's quite a cool thing to be able to do this. So it's out of stock everywhere. Ah, damn it! I should have put the breakpoint in. Damn it! Start again. But yeah, it looks really cool, and what it lets you do is output your GBA at 720p. So. Which is incredibly powerful. Thank you for the follow, C64 site. Oh, and I missed a follow there from 680-954 as well. Don't know how I missed that. I must have been chatting away, or it might have happened just as I switched my headphone into the other ear. Okay, so 3B26. So this is where the magic happens that I want to prevent from running. Oh God. And yet it breaks somewhere else randomly. Why is it breaking there? That's what I don't know. Is it because I put this? Oh wait, it's because I've got this breakpoint on here, isn't it? Yeah, hang on. There we go. Right. So I was right all along. It's just me being. Yeah, if you use a cart, you can do some. So I was thinking on the next marathon stream that we do. I might show how to do a racing game, like a pole position style racing game, using cartridge banking as a sneaky way to do it. And just because there hasn't been a racing game done for a while, so, and I've wanted to try it for a while as well. Okay, next marathon. Yeah, I don't know when it's going to be. It's going to be a while off yet. But I was thinking something like pole position would be super simple to do. And if you do it with cartridge banking, then actually you can hopefully get quite a lot of permutations of the road in there as well. Streamline footage from cartridge to VIC-2, yeah. Okay, so what we're looking for here is this counter here. We need to make sure that this goes up. So first of all, I want to just get to that line, and that is at 1CAA. So I'm going to go and have a look at 1CAA and see what value is there currently. Our X is saying 1, so that's our player number. Wrong button. Okay. So this is 1CAA. And this is 1CAB, which is the one it's going to increment, and this is the value that it's going to increment. So we should see this go up to 1, which it does. And then we're going to jump into the update routine. So this is the update routine, and what this is going to do is it's going to take the two each count and add them together, and then push that value onto the stack. Oh shit! Okay. Well, we can go and have a look at that. See if we can see anything wrong with it. Got to remember to press the right buttons. Cold all over the place.
Marathon stream height OFGMFIODNJIDFOGNUFDIGHHAHHAHHAHHAHHAHHAHHH.
I think if you put capital letters, it just spells it out, doesn't it? Thanks for the bits, Hayes. It will be a while before I do the marathon stream, but I just want, I've enjoyed doing them. They're a lot of fun. So I have been thinking about what to do next. Okay, I've got a request from Doc, so let's put this one through. Let me just turn the music up ever so slightly. Golden Axe is a good choice as well. I like it. I don't think it will be a marathon charity stream. I think it will just be a normal stream. I did enjoy doing the charity one though. It was good fun. But the next one probably won't. The next one will just be a normal. Thank you for the sub, Citizen. Very much appreciated. Oh, am I going to get a copyright claim for this then? Thank you, Citizen. Appreciate it, dude. All goes towards more bottles of this. It's not the nicest sounding on this, to be honest. It's got that distinctive kind of sharpness that Sauvignon has, but it's just a little bit too much. Yeah, you have to have kind of hundreds of thousands of subs really to be making decent money on YouTube. Okay, so the update eat meter is what we're looking at. So I'm hoping it's in here. Add score. Update eat meter. Okay.
No trying to be a copycat or something, Hayes. Laughing face, cheer run. Laughing face.
Oh, it's a hype train. Is that what's going on? I see. Or scam train, as Hayes calls it. Hence why they effort these publishers on small-time YouTubers. Yeah, it's kind of sad, really. And a lot of them don't even really have the licenses for these things. It's just they can claim them until it's disputed, and or they've got very dubious license on it, and they don't understand fair use or whatever. It's kind of crazy. It is kind of crazy. YouTube's copyright system is just so very, very broken. But I don't use YouTube to make money. I use YouTube just as somewhere to output slightly edited versions. Slightly edited versions of my Oh god, yeah, see, that's just not on, is it, really? Exactly. You get copyright claim on the Armalite tune, which is who's Armalite now? It's oh my god, I'm gonna kick myself. Robin Levy did the graphics. Dan Phillips did the code. Martin Walker, yeah. Yeah, of course. Alright. So we're getting into here. This value should be grabbing, we should be getting the right value here, which should be pulled here, transfer to X. Fixes the offset caused by the null byte at the end of the enemy list. Okay. We'll stick a breakpoint in here, see what happens. I could just do this in... okay. First time it runs, it's going to break because there is... it has to draw the meter first. There we go. Right, so it's saying that the accumulator is 1, so we definitely have the right value here. Increase that value takes it to 2, and then there's a self mod. Could it be this number of enemies thing here? Yes, I bet it is this. Okay, let's go and have a look at the map data. I think this is just invalid map data. So this is our enemy list. We've got 3 enemies in here, but one of them is a power-up. Which means this enemy list here should probably use this number of enemies instead of this. So I'm going to do oh no, it can't do that, can it? Okay, so I think we're going to have a think about how this works, because the problem is now power-ups are counting towards the enemy count itself. So if I was to put 3 in here, this would probably work fine. I think it's just because I put that in. So maybe we do have to count these power-ups as part of the... So I think now if I kill this enemy, it should fill the bar up. Yeah, it does. Okay. So I might need to have a think about how this section works. Now they're pre-calculated values, so this is how many enemies you need to absorb to trigger the level completion. This is a list of the positions along the bar for how many enemies there are, with 56 being the highest number of enemies, I believe. No, yeah, 56 being the highest number. So if we put the enemies to 2, and then what I'm going to do directly underneath, I'm just going to put actually, can I do this? Okay, we're inside a scope for this map, so I can do it like this. Oops. So it's getting a bit messy, this block of code. I think we're going to need to make a slightly custom editor that's going to make this a bit easier to work with. So the enemy weight is also based on that, and this is based on this as well, because I don't want to have to do this for every level that we put in. So I think the most sensible way to do this would be to have a level designer, custom level designer. This is fine. I mean, it's not a massively difficult thing to do. And there's 23 songs in this Golden Axe, so I'm going to let them all play through. And thanks for all the bits, guys, as well. In case I missed anybody, I feel like I might have missed somebody. Hi, Pink Fluffy Llama, welcome to the stream. I like the name, that's cool. Okay, a lot of this is just sound effects then. But I think now this will work with the two enemies, so hopefully we should see the bar fill up halfway, not a third of the way. And we shouldn't need to eat the power up to exit the level. No, we're still not seeing it move here. But we are seeing it move half of the way along here. And then I'm stuck in this eat position, which is a new one. Oh, because I'm on the Switch. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Okay, so this is a bug we need to figure out in a minute. So if you eat the last enemy while you stood on the Switch, you will activate the Switch and trigger the door to appear. And when the door appears, you can no longer do your eat animation. So you see this guy can't do his eat animation. And so it pauses in here. So I think I need to... First of all, let me see if I can replicate that. I'm going to fix that bug first. I think that's kind of the most important. So if I stand on the Switch... So I need to kill this one first. And then I need to kill this one while stood on the Switch, or at least absorb it while stood on the Switch. So I need it to be on this platform, hopefully. There we go. Right, now stand on the Switch. Yeah. Okay, cool. And I can't move now. So, easiest way to fix that is in the player. We have state eating. So if we're in an eating state, or a throwing state, I guess, either of these two. Yeah, play state eating, state throwing. Then don't activate the Switch, and that's in, I think it's, no, it's in door, isn't it? Okay. Check if the level is complete. Spelled incorrectly. Cyclist switch colours, both players on Switch. Okay, so we just need to do a check here. To see if either of the players are in either of these states here. So we have player, I think it's just called player 1 state and player 2 state. Player 1 state, player 2 state. What's it called? And that with if it's not done player checks, I guess. I think it's the right place to do it. I'll have to test this, but I think that's the right place to do this. Wait, where was that? I think the music is finished now, so I'm just gonna get this working, and then I will change the music over. So if player 1's eating or throwing, then we don't do anything else. Same as if player 2 is. Otherwise, we can do the floor collision. All right, let's run that. Let's go back to the music. And oops, that's the wrong file completely. Exotic Sid Tunes collection. Says there's 175 tunes, but I'm not seeing 175 in here. Oh, okay. Tuneful 8 Sid. No. Let's go through the top 100. Why is it not playing? I might need to refresh the page. Yeah, because the surprise is that Creatures 3 is coming, but it's not coming out for the C64. That would be hilarious. Just let me clear my request off on here. Right, so to do this again, I need to fill the walker and then stand on this platform. And then wait for this to be in a position where I can actually grab it on the platform. That's better. Cool, right. I'm going to take a quick break, guys. I'm going to be back in 2 or 3 minutes. I'm going to have another Kahlua as well, getting in the mood. Alright, right back. I'm back. Thanks for the follow, 6-2. More of the sticky Kahlua. Let's get into the C64. It is very, very good. Three known bugs, high score entry, and some timing tweaks. Oh, cool. So you're getting close then. Cool. Right. So we need to work out why this is only updating for the second and not the first. So that's coming from this area here, and it's this value here. Oh wow, thanks for the gift subs, Doc. Gift sub for Gunstar Heroes and the MX87, thank you very much. I love how I digress with the smoking thing. Do you mean me, or are you talking about the interview? I always digress when I go for a smoke. And thank you for the host as well, sitting there. Yeah, I should do that. Whenever anybody subs, I should give you a free shimmer. Let's just turn that down a bit. So it should be getting the right offset here. So I'm going to put a breakpoint in here, just to see what values I'm getting out at that point. So we're going to get one break when the game loads, and then we should get a break every time we eat an enemy. We should be able to see the table that it's grabbing data from. I was talking about how he quit smoking. Yeah, I need to quit smoking, I really do. Because I'm on the vape. Because I can't go and smoke every 3 minutes, so... yeah, it's not a good situation to be in, really. Well, I'll get there in the end. I've quit the meat. That's this year's quitting done. Okay, I'm going to leave the flash in, as annoying as it is. Actually, there you go. If I stand there, it doesn't flash. Okay, cool. So the table is at 832B apparently, so let's just go and have a look. 32B. And you can see here, actually it's not at 832B. It's getting the wrong location. So if we look at our map data, this is the table. This is the enemy list. And we have a null terminated byte at the end. So the table should actually be here, should be 2 along, 832D. Because these are our values for the table. So let's work out. So it's to do with the self mod, not getting the right value in. So enemy list data, enemy list data. I just think it's getting enemy list data. Where is that? Map enemy list minus map 1, which is this bit here. Yeah, so these values are going to need to change as we go through as well. So actually using these values outside of this file is bad, because that means we then need to update them, which is what we're doing here. We're using them here. This is grabbing current level. Okay, no, this is fine because they're offsets. So enemy list data, yes. So the lower byte and the upper byte, self mod 1, self mod 2. Map pointer. So this is actually giving us the pointer to, well, it's pointing to here. Number of enemies. Okay. Yes, so this is incorrect. Because what this actually needs to add is not just the number of enemies, but it also needs to add the number of power-ups as well. And then it needs to add 1 again from that. So let me just see if I add 1 to this, because this is the number of power-ups. Let's see if that works. If this works, then I could just create that value. Oh, I found something today as well. There is this thing you can do. Well, there's 2, so you can do... who did the gamble then? Nobody did a gamble. Alright, well, I'm going to... So there's this one that you can do. so you can duel each other for points. And there's also this one as well, which you can do. I'm not sure how that one works, but there is this heist thing that you can do. Let's just get rid of that breakpoint because I don't want that in there now. These tunes are so good. There we go, it's working now. Yeah, there we go. And if I add another power up in, so if I put a power up in here, we've still got 2 enemies, but I would need to also increase the number of power-ups. So in here, this would need to be 2. So when we do the map copy, I need to also count the number of power-ups. It's working now. Okay, cool. So the scoring's working and that bit's working, so I just need to make sure that this is an actual value now. So we can grab the right value. So that comes from is it going to be map loader, I believe is going to do this. Looks like it's just drawing the map. I've got to find out where the map is initialized. My code organization is terrible. Because I don't know where any of these things are. I would have thought it would have been in map loader or map data, but it's not. Oh, it's in pipes. It's because they're called pipes. Yeah, here we go. Number of enemies. Here we go. Autofill by the initialize function. So, not off power-ups. And then the next thing I want to do is set different kind of color pulses for the power-ups. So at the moment, the invulnerability and the invulnerability, speed, and jump all need color pulses. So wait, so Acmefin and DMX got some stuff, and I got nothing. Damn. That random function. Oh, this thing here. Yeah, I mean that will also work. But if you try doing, actually, yeah, that's not too bad because that will do it based on the line that you're on. And a timer as well, so as long as you've got one of your timers ticking, that should be fine. Yeah, that's pretty neat actually. I'm just trying to think of a way that might actually be problematic, but actually it looks like it might work quite well because the timers are cycle based, so timers are cycle counters. So the sheer act of using a command that uses the timer means that now it's going to be advanced by 3. It does mean, however, that if you were to grab the random numbers would be fairly predictable if you grab them all on a line. So it depends how random you need it. If you need it to be super random and not spot a pattern, then that's perfectly fine. But if you're worried about an obvious pattern, then this would be a problem. So for instance, if you were trying to think of an example, say you're on line 0, right? So your value is 0. So your next 3 numbers are basically going to be the 3. If you just do that, they're going to be 8 cycles apart. So your numbers will be whatever number you get first. The next random number will be that plus 8, and then that plus 8, and then that plus 8. So it's good if you just need a single random number at various points in the game. But if you're always going to be grabbing it on the same line, or you're going to be grabbing multiple on the same line, then it's going to be very predictable. Whereas this routine actually uses 2 timers, so the 2 timers, normally you need it for 1 enemy at a time. Yeah, that's what I mean. I think it's probably fine for most things. This is just one I've worked up over time. So it's based on an Azure shift, which I think I also got from Codebase. And then so that the numbers, because in Azure shift what will happen is the sequence of numbers will repeat after 256. So you'll get one of each number, and then in a pseudo random order, and then they will repeat again. By injecting the timer, you can get multiple of the same number. And it just adds a bit more entropy to it. Entropy, is that the right word? Yeah, can't remember. That's for the OR shift. It's I can't explain exactly why that's in there, but I think it's to do with the number of bits you shift. I think if you pick any 4 bits within the value, so I think this could likewise this could have been see, is that 4 bits? Yeah, it is. Okay. So likewise this could have been that instead. I think the point is you just flip 4 bits. But 1D was the value that I found in the thing, and I'm not using the timers for anything else, so I thought I might as well use them for this. I also use kind of quite obscure values for the timers, so that they reset at different times. So the upper values here reset at different times, or lower values, can't remember which one it is. Okay, number of power-ups. So I need to fill that value in, which is done in here. So this copies the map data. This grabs the number of enemies. Where is it? It should be in here somewhere. Oh wait, number of enemies, enemy weight, number of power-ups. Is this just enemy weight? Yeah, I need to actually add. Just make it consistent. There we go. Hopefully this doesn't break everything. +3. So hopefully everything's still working the same now. So power up enemy, so that's fine. No, see, it's broken. It's broken here. So I think sticking that value in the map data is causing an issue. Oh, because I've stuck it in the wrong map, that's why. Actually, that does need to go in there. Okay, so yeah, there we go. It's working now, I think. Awesome. Okay. So now we can work on the power-up abilities. So at the moment it's just doing the one power-up, so I need to go into the behaviors and try out various power-ups. So the first one is freeze, and I think we had a problem where the player wasn't turning colours the right colours. So if we've got two players and one player grabs a freeze, then everything should freeze. Oh, which it does. Okay, cool. So player 1 grabs it, player 2 freezes and changes colour correctly, right? So let's try it with player 2 grabbing it. Ah, okay, so the freeze stuff is working actually. Might change the colour a little bit to pulse. I think we had actually in the was it in player freeze active? Freeze active, freeze colour. There we go. Where's that? Freeze colour is here. Okay. So let's make a freeze colour on and a freeze colour index. Let's bring up colour ramps. So we want a nice blue ramp. Preferably one that's yeah, got that one. That's fine. Let's go with that one. And we'll do 0D. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, which is good. And then in our update, do we have an update in here? Please say we do. Update player power up. Okay, could be the one. I kind of seen the number on there. It's kind of cut the number off. Thanks for the raid, GKiv. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. What have you been doing tonight? Is there a C64 Assembly Game Progress Test ebook that can help people catch up to episode 33? There is a patron text, but it's quite far behind now. Sorry, excuse me. There's also YouTube as well if you want to catch up with the videos. The Patreon covers kind of the basics of maybe the first 7 or 8 episodes just before we got into doing the soft sprite stuff. I do warn, it is a bit out of date. I've just not had time to do it. It takes a long time to write those files. Time I've been spending doing many other things instead. But the YouTube stuff is pretty useful as well. So if you don't mind just kind of having it on in the background, you can check out the channels there. And there's some streams I did that are to do with the very basics of 6502. So might be worth catching up on those. Yeah, ARM is something I want to look at as well at some point for Game Boy Advance. I think it's ARM 7 or something. And what's the other one? ARM and something else. There's another set of instruction set that you can use on it. I forget what it's called. DMX is well into these heists. I'm gonna join in one. I feel like I feel lucky. I like how it's 1, 2, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. Yeah. I don't know how it works. Right, okay. Power up color ramps. So the color ramps, I'm just going to have them moving all the time anyway, because this is always called. So I'm just going to increment the freeze color index, and I'm going to load freeze color index. Now, can I mess around with the Y register? Hopefully I can in here. Yeah, it looks like it because we're transferring the accumulator to Y there. And it doesn't look like we're using it elsewhere, so I'm going to assume that we can do it. I'm sure if we can't, we'll find out very quickly. Now, I have actually got this just for freeze, but we can introduce multiple ramps and just use a single index counter for them. So I think this should now give us a pulsing kind of color when you pick up the freeze icon, just for that player at least anyway. Well, no, for enemies and the player. Okay, so it's a little bit quick, so let's slow that right down. So the counter. Let's get 2 players on. Okay, I don't think the green works, so let's get rid of the green from that round. Let's slow it down, speed it up slightly. I think it's a bit too slow. So let's speed it up. So this is where the green is here, so I'm going to get rid of the green. And I'm going to put more blues in the middle as well, so the blue's more prominent. It just fades out, flashes to white now and again. Might even move these cyans as well. I'll see how it looks. Cyan might be unnecessary. That's kind of alright. Actually, I kind of think that the white's too much. So I'm going to get rid of the white. And I'm going to put 2 more blues in as well, so it's more of a blue with a slight pulse to it. Yeah, it does move pretty quick now, doesn't it? I don't think he can read. I read that comment, how dare you? Okay, that's good. That kind of shows, so... Anyway, so that seems to be freeze working, so let's go and do the next one. So what was our power-up types? That's in our sprite list, isn't it? Are all the colour amps the same length? In that document, no, they're not. They're all varies. I mean, they're trimmed to the same length, but you can see that the actual colour changes themselves are less or more. But I like my colour amps to be kind of powers of 2, just makes them easier to work with. Don't have to be, obviously. I mean, you can have them however much you want. So. Hey Orihara. What's today's game? It's a game we've been developing for close to a year now. Just on Saturdays though, which is why it takes so long. But we're doing quite well. We're getting to the point where it's actually close to being a fully working game, and just needs polish really. I'll show you in a second once I find my assets. It's the wrong folder, that's why. Okay, so 4 is... okay, so... Wait, hang on. Oh, that's static memory. Okay, so... if I set power up type of 0, we should get S out the other end, we should get speed. Some little collision things on the edges here as well, I notice. Cool. When this game is done, do we start on Creatures 3? Yeah, I'm not sure what we're going to do after this. I can see the polish for this taking another 6 months, so I'm quite determined to make this quite a special looking game. We've spent long enough on it, I think it deserves it. Someone said I should do a demo, making a demo. But the thing with that is I'm not very good at graphics, so it wouldn't be a very interesting demo. And my demo stuff is mainly because I can use it in a game, so... Are we over... Oh yeah, we're way over 16 kilobytes. I mean, even if I do it as... in fact, my makefiles... Is my makefile going to work? Oh, it didn't XMIze it anyway. I think it's probably going to be around about 40 kilobytes when it's XMized. So way over 16 kilobytes. I know the original plan was to fit it into 16 kilobytes. Yeah, I'm not. I like doing the demo effects, but only if I can use them in a game. So. Oh, okay, we've got a secret agent by Johannes. Oh, it's going to be after Whizball though, so. Unfortunately. Yeah, after this, yeah, definitely. This is hands down his best piece of music, I think. Yeah, I'm enthralled by the music. I love this tune. Okay, so speed seems to be working, but we need to set a speed color as well. So we'll do the same again. We'll use these same thing, but we'll set a speed color for it. What I'm going to do, actually, no, let's make it different. So the players are red and green, blue is freeze. So let's make purple a speed up color, and then let's have a look at the ramps and see if we can find a nice section. So we went from blue to cyan. So we basically blue, light blue, cyan. So we kind of did this bit here. So I want to see if I can find the same kind of 3 section part, but for purple. But one that makes sense, because none of those make sense. That kind of does, but it's going darker. It should go lighter. No, so see, pink is probably about the only one that makes any sense here. Ah, there you go. 4AF, let's do that. So speed color ramp. So now I'm going to do the same in the power up section in here. Whatever the hell that was, it was like 970 or something, wasn't it? Yeah, there we go. I'm going to let it play through all the Whizball tunes before I change that. And now we need to look for speed power ups. So I think the power ups are up here. So the question is, where is the player color done? So this is setting the player size and sets the speed, but it's got nothing to do with the color at the moment. It's probably in the draw player. Imagine it, yeah, there we go. Draw player. I was in the right section. Here we go. Not invulnerable. Let's equal not invulnerable. There we go. And so we can do our little check in here. I think we need to do this for each player, or is this player 1, player 2? Okay, so we load player Okay, we're gonna have to check the speed, aren't we? 70. Okay. Power up type. Yeah, I'm reading all the chat and it's all just duels and heists. Feel like I shouldn't have enabled those things, but it's fine. It keeps you guys occupied while I'm scratching my head with everything else. That's fine. Okay, so yeah, so here we go. So this is where we're updating colours from the little round. So we just need to do another check here now. So cleared up power up type, compare. All this not speed. However, if it is reload, speed, colour. There we go. Right, so now if I grab the speed, I should do like a purple flashy thing. Okay, it's kind of obvious. We can change the colour ramps at a later date, that's not a problem. But it's obvious now that that's a speed thing. Let's check the next power up. So we've got, I'm going to put little marks next to where they're active. So this is done. This is done. Let's do the jump one next. Because I think I've activated the jump one. So it's this, and it would be this -1, so 3. Let's do the same with the colour things before we even start. So jump colour ramp. Let's pick another colour in the middle somewhere. So our player is green and red. We've got blue and purple being used. There is cyan and there is white. Oh, there's these colours up here as well. Let's go with this orange colour. And let's go for this FC8. So FC. Jump colour here. This all feels very inefficient, but again, I'm not that fussed. I want to get this game done. As long as it looks good, I don't care about the efficiency of it unless it becomes a necessity. And as far as I can tell, we're doing pretty good for cycle time, so it's not going to be a necessity anytime soon. Of course, that may all change when we start polishing and trying to add lots of millions of extra things in. There's the sprite colour. Is that an actual character? Yeah. Okay. The fade value in that document mean? Fade value. I don't know actually. I think that's kind of the prominent colour maybe that you would see. I'm not sure. It looks like it's just the first value in the list anyway. I'm not sure. It doesn't actually say, does it? I guess it depends how... I mean, it's always the second one, so I'm not sure. Not something I've ever paid attention to, so good spot. Unfortunately, I don't know what it means, so... Okay, so there's a lot of colour flashing going on, so we might want to figure out a different way of doing this, but it's not too bad, I don't think. Okay, that's cancelled it because I died. The top of that jump arc seems a bit weird, mate. Let's just try again. Maybe I need to tone that jump down a little bit. That feels kind of okay and natural. Okay, interesting side effect. Interesting side effects. Try again. We might have to tweak some of these power-ups a little bit. So if you grab that, jump to here, and then jump, you can actually jump into a place where you get stuck. I think the jump might have to change. It might have to be toned down a little bit so it's not so high. Because it is quite a lot higher at the moment. Okay, so let's have a look for that. Okay, that's colouring. Subtract again. Okay, yes, so we subtract a value. And then every other frame we subtract. See, that's... I'm going to try something a little bit different instead. So instead of doing this... Oops, shit. Where was that now? So instead of doing this, which is only going to action it once every other frame, but then repeating the same from the table, I'm just going to subtract an extra 1 pixel every time. So this becomes 0, 1. Yeah. Then that way we are getting a higher jump, but it's not ridiculously high like the last one. It's probably going to be about an extra 2 characters high, like 1 tile high. So at the moment when I jump, I can just about reach that platform. You can see it's enough for me to get onto that platform. Whereas now, yeah, it doesn't feel quite as bad anymore. So you would still have an advantage, but not a huge advantage. Just need to check my text. Okay, so that's what's his face? Bitmap soft guy. Right, I'll have a look at that later. Cool. I kind of like that. That's kind of okay. So let's mark the jumps as done for now. So invulnerability, that's going to be a pretty simple one because we do have an invulnerability timer as well. So we have these here. So all we really have to do when you pick that up is just set this value again. Yeah, just need to set these values. So if you're going to make some level editors, displacement of enemies, behavior of enemies. So no, we're going to predefine the behaviors. So we're going to fill up this file here because the behavior is a macro based system. Pardon me. So I'll fill the behaviors up in here, and then the editor will be to. And again, this is something I'm going to share. I may do actually no point crowdsourcing it. There's no point doing a server. But definitely I'll share the editor so people can have a play around. But basically it will be creating these screens, placing these 5, because every screen has to have 5 pipes on it. So you will define where these pipes are. You will define the screen. And then you will define a list of enemies. So what types of enemies or power-ups come and in which order.
Hey Shalon, I fixed Bloomer LDA level number, CMP number 23, BQ, skip level ha ball.
Do you know, it's funny because out of all the levels I've seen people play since that game came out, level 24 is the only level I know of that has had a significant number of moves reduced from it. So in other words, say a level has 20 moves, most people at best will manage to find a way to do it in 18. Level 34 is the only level where that gap is bigger than any other level. I think the level says like 30 something moves, but I think somebody's done it in 18, so it's actually technically one of the easiest levels if you discount the kind of tutorial levels. I just think the number of moves is putting you off. I mean, this is a discussion I had with Chiswicked during development as well, as to whether or not we should just drop some of the levels because of the high move count on them. And while I kind of get the point that we probably should have done that, the idea is that I didn't want anybody who submitted a level, as long as the level was completable and as long as we adjusted the move count to make it challenging, I didn't want to delete anybody's levels from the games. And so that's why you will get levels like that. So what we did is we worked out the difficulty level. I think 4 or 5 of us tested it, and we scored every level on a scale from 1 to 100 on how difficult it was. We wrote down how many moves it took us to complete it. We used the lowest move count, so whoever did it in the lowest moves, that was the move count we used. And then we used the difficulty to order the levels. And then what I did was took the levels that had high numbers of moves and kind of spaced them out a bit, reordered them so that you didn't have 5 levels in a row where you had 50 moves. So you'd have ones with a couple of moves, and then occasionally you get a level like level 24 in the middle, because we did find they were the most frustrating levels. So you're not wrong in hating that level. There are definite. We have noticed feelings like that with some of the levels, but then again, those high move levels are ones that are probably the most rewarding when you complete them, and especially when you complete them with less He made a video about level 24. Yeah, whose was level 24? I bet it was. Eldritch. It was always Eldritch that was the complicated ones. I couldn't tell you offhand. Yeah, for I'll go and have a look. Right, I'm going to go and take a quick break in a second. Then when I come back, I will have some more Kahlua, because that's gone. And we'll start looking at the invulnerability. And then I think the remaining ones are quite simple, with the exception of the colour switch thing. Oh, and I'll also do the secret agent, DMX's request. Yeah. So all right, back in a few minutes, guys. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm just trying to find that tune, and I can't find it. Try searching by name instead. Times of Law. Okay. Yeah, because I can't find that for some reason. It's not on DeepSeed anyway. Just get the Kahlua. Hopefully I don't get too drunk and start grabbing the water cooling fluid instead of the Kahlua. There's a very obvious difference in colour. Evil Bear likes the wall. Evil Bear likes the wall. Oh. I was trying to figure out what you meant. Yeah, he does like the wall. So the behaviour here is he walks backwards and forwards along the platform, but the platform's so short he just freaks out. Good night, Decor. Thanks for joining the stream. Okay, so invulnerability. Invulnerability is easy because we've already got the invulnerability flash going on. We just need to actually... We just need to trigger it somehow. So that basically what we need to do when the player spawns, we have this timer here, invulnerability timer. So we just need to make sure that triggers when we pick it up. Now, we need to figure out where on earth the pickup is happening. So it's probably in the get collision. Is it player to enemy collision maybe? Spawn enemy, no. Ah, here we go. We've hit a power up. Core behavior. The accumulator is now the power up number. Oh, we can do it in the power up timer. That's fine. Which was here somewhere. Update player power up. Yeah, so we've got this power up timer here. So this is quite simple. Can be printed by equals git probably. Yeah, let's try it, skip. I need to have a think about how this works. I think that might work. Let's give it a try. Oh, we need to actually turn on the right power up here as well. So power up vulnerability is 2. So that becomes 1 in here. Yeah, there we go, we're in vulnerable again. You just need to make sure that that runs out, which it does. Now let's try with 2 players. Just need to make sure that the player isn't moving. Yeah, it's just this one, it's invulnerable. Cool. So that's invulnerability done. That's why I set a static power up. Oh yeah, so I can test. Cool. So the other one is score. This should be pretty simple to do. Actually, how's this going to look on the? It says B for bonus. Dragon slaying, loot collected. What have you been playing, Chiz? You've been doing playing what, hired sword maybe? No, because that's not the end, is it? Minecraft. Please don't be Minecraft. Oh, D&D. Okay, cool. Using Tabletop Simulator. Needs a lot of getting used to, yeah. It seems incredibly powerful tool, that. I mean, I've not used it myself yet, but it seems pretty good. I played a game of is it Jackbox? There's like a load of party games you can get, and we were playing that over Zoom the other day, which was kind of interesting. Hey Microman, welcome to the stream, dude. So just 2 power-ups to do. Now the power-up colour is a unique power-up in that it should only ever appear in 2-player mode. So I need to deal with that separately. So I'm not gonna implement this straight away. But what I want to do is get the bonus values counting up properly. What was that? Oh, thank you for the follow, Io Kaio. Welcome to the stream, dude. So I'll get the bonus count ups working before I do this bit, but the power up score I can do as well. So we had a power pickup, which was here. So this is quite simple actually. This we could probably do some sound effects soon as well. So I probably need to think about getting some sound effects made for this. Because at the moment we only have the main tune going. But we need to start adding noises in for absorbing things, for stunning things, for maybe a little noise to say a pipe is beginning to spawn, a noise to say something has popped out of a pipe, score bonus, you know, all the little kind of noises that would go into something like this. I think it's so I need to put skip here. And now I need to do the score add. Okay, so we need to take the value in X and transfer it to Y. So that's our player number. And then we need to add some scores. So that's currently 350. Let's add 1,500. So 15 with 2 zeros. Thanks for the follow, Uncle Durkee. Welcome to the stream, dude. Yeah, I need to get some charts and stuff made up for these. I need to finish. Well, I need to start before I finish, but I need to get my my gamble game sorted. I think it should be pretty cool if I can get it going. Thanks for the follow, Roasterini. Okay, so if I pick this up, I should get 1,500 points, which I do. Cool. So it's as simple as that. Okay, cool. Right, that's the majority of the power-ups done. So this colour power-up, what this is going to be is if you are in two-player mode, it's going to switch all the coloured areas over. So it's going to go through the screen, check in each of these coloured areas, and if it is a player, if it's not white, it's a player colour, it's going to switch it to the other player's colour. Actually, let's do that now. I think it makes sense to do that now. So obviously that's going to be quite an intensive thing to do in one go. So I'm going to suggest we do this a row at a time. So there is going to be let's think how to do this. Yeah, we'll do it in the power up thing. So I kind of feel like if I was going to refactor something, the first thing I would do is move power up stuff into another file. But for now, I'm just going to keep it here. So it would be in this section here. So it's going to be here. Do any colour switch. And so we need to have two values. One which is whether or not colour is active, so and if it's not active, we can skip over this bit. However, if it is active, then we need to do colour switch. So color switch active is going to be a value which is set to 0 to begin with. Just trying to find the right place to put it. There's so many things in here now. Okay. I need to make sure it's reset to 0 when the map starts. And what this is going to actually do is it's going to switch to actually, it doesn't matter because it's just going to invert all the colours. So it can just be set to 1, it's fine. But we do need on an initialize for it to be set to 0. So here. And then the other thing is there's going to be colour switch row. And so to initialize this, what we need to do is we need to set this to 0, set this to 1, just to make it active. And then there's the do colour switch function, which I'm just going to put at the end, just so I can find it when I come to use it. For now, I'm just going to increment the border colour so we can see that the colour switch is active. And then I need to make it so when you pick the power up, which I can't remember where that was now. This is why this file really needs to be cut down. It's way too long. Fucking massive, in fact. Oh yeah, that alcohol in me. See, it's not tasting too bad now. A couple of Kalimas. Let's just search for power. There should be a comment somewhere which says that we've hit the power up. Maybe it's not in this section, maybe I'm in the wrong file. Yeah, I'm in the wrong file, it's this one. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so I'm just going to copy that chunk. And we're checking if we're in power up. Is it just called colour, I believe? Colour, yeah. If it's not that, we skip. Otherwise, what we need to do here is we don't care about the play number, but what we do care about is setting set these two values in here. So we've got colour switch active and colour switch row. So colour switch active needs to go to 1. And colour switch row needs to go to to 0, like that, right? And then I'm going to activate that power up number, which is 3. So in here it becomes -1, 2. We should, when we pick it up, get a flashing border, which just activates that function is running. Cool, got a flashing border. So, in order for this to work correctly, it needs to read the data from the screen. If it's a colorable item, then it needs to check its color. So let's go to the bottom of our file. Actually, let's look for colorable. It's not in there. Where the hell did I do this now? What's it in? Oh god, this is going to be... I did this so long ago, I can't remember where the hell it was now. Let's just search for all files. Collision colorable. Okay, so in the utils file, we have this. And this is based on not the screen. Hang on. Collision colorable. This is the color lookup. So we need to get the char, then we need to look it up in a color lookup table and compare it to this, which is why we can't just do the entire screen because it would just take too long to do. So I would do one row at a time. Colorable not found there, so let's check elsewhere because we're doing this already somewhere. Here we go. Okay, so given a character number in Y, we just do this. Okay, so char colors sheet. Okay, right, so just going to comment that bit out. Let's just, I need that information, but for now, let's just do the rest of it. So I'm going to load the X register with our color switch row. Then I'm going to load screen LSB. Might be. Okay, the music has finished. Let's go back to let's have a look at some scene music. Oh my god, my entire stream is just gambling now. I know you feel haze with your slots now. It's empty. Nice choice. Yeah, well, to be fair, I just picked something off the list. So I'm just going to turn my fan on. It's a bit warm. It's getting no air over here at all. Okay, so close that request down. Zaymar, thank you for the raid, Zaymar. Welcome to the stream. Which tonight seems to be mostly my my viewers gambling in chat. That seems to be about it. I've enabled Streamlabs Heist and they've been on a mission. Welcome to the stream. Welcome everyone that's come along with Zaymar. What have you been doing tonight? Have you been playing? You've been coding? Or hardware designing, as we do get now and again. Am I doing the 4K craptastic? I'm not, no. No, I'm oh no, I don't mind. If you want to gamble, Doc, so it's fine. It's fine, that's why I put it there. Thanks for doing the shout out as well, Andy. No, I'm not. I've got too many projects on. I can't. I know it's only 4K, and I could probably push myself to make something in 4K, but no, I'm not that interested, to be honest. Apart from anything else, I'm not. I've been kind of disappointed with the competition so far. So I've entered 2 competitions. One was last year and still hasn't been announced, so I don't know what's going on with that one. And the Halloween one seemed, how to put this politely, biased, I think is the word. It seemed a bit biased. So I'm not I'm not that. I'm not going to dedicate my time to doing something like that. I already. The point of these competitions is so that the community can have lots of games, and I think there is a lot of games out there. I think there are plenty of people that get involved with these competitions who weren't coding before and have come out because of the competitions are there, and that's great. But I'm already making stuff. I don't need motivation to make a game. I'm already making things. So. Yeah, I just there was some interesting voting patterns I spotted. I'm not going to go into details. I just and I'm not a sore loser. I don't care. At the end of the day, I think Luna itself proved itself as a game, but there was definitely a large quantity of votes for one particular game. Well, the winning game. And in all honesty, both Luna and that game were very, very similar in their in their game design, if you like. But I know this is kind of, obviously I'm going to favour my game more, but I honestly think Luna was a much better game than the game that won it. So whatever. I actually think there was a couple of games that were better than the Get Richie game. So I don't know, and I think it came down to the fact that it was viewer voted, and that made the voting kind of a bit dodgy, if you ask me. Anyway, I'm only speculating. I don't know for sure, but I'm fairly certain that had the games been judged by a panel, I don't think Get Witchy would have definitely been in the top 3, never mind first. No, the 16K competition is judged by a panel, so the problem is that I don't know what's going on with that. I would have expected the results to have been maybe Christmas, but we're now closing in on 12 months since the competition closed, and still no word. So I don't know. And again, I don't really care. I'm glad for that competition because it's what got me back into the kind of forefront of programming again. So I'm happy to be back because of that. So I'm grateful for the competitions, and it does take some effort to organise them. I mean, it's not an easy thing to organise, but I'm not going to enter any. I'll just release things as and when. So out of all the competitions, I think the 16K one is probably, in my eyes, the most value to the community. There are so many games that have come out. When you look at the history of that competition, there are so many good games that have come out of that, and so many good devs who have come back to the scene or started in the scene because of that competition and have gone on to make some amazing games. So I think it's possibly the most value to the community, that one. And RGCD were cool anyway. I know he's been busy with a lot of stuff, so I'm not complaining that it hasn't been judged. That's fine by me. But yeah. Anyway, whatever. Okay, so I need to work out where this screen lookup is. I think I've got a tables bar somewhere. Is it in here? It's probably somewhere random. There we go. Screen row LSB. There we go. So I'm going to grab the position of the. This needs to be tables. The position of the current row that we're going to work on. And I'm going to use self mod code here. There's no reason to use 0 page for this, because actually we do need this, because I do need to grab. Thank you for the host, Chiswicked. Sorry, I'm missing the chat as well. Hi, Skeleton Bow TV. Good day. Came in with Zama to the Sweet Chip Sid music, which has just finished. No, it hasn't. There we go. Don't. That isn't active anymore. Don't make me make a label. I need to check that it's not active. No, it's not. I was just making sure I didn't miss anything from the new guys that came in, so... Okay, you prefer boob to beef. This is the only beef I get anymore, though, so... Having a good memory trip with Rob Hubbard stuff the last few months is so brilliant, great stuff, yeah, definitely. There's some good tunes in these lists, so I'm glad I found Deep Sid. It's an easy way to get the music on stream and to mix it up a little bit as well. And to also allow you guys to request stuff. Okay, so we need to grab the screen location. So this is what we're going to do. Basically, we're going to have a loop here. We might as well run the loop backwards. It really doesn't matter if it's backwards or forwards. So let's just go backwards for speed. And then we're going to load a screen location, $X. And then I need to actually load it into Y. Then I need to do this. Oops. And if it is 0, I don't need to do anything. At which point I can decrease X, and as long as it's still positive, go back to here. So this is going to go everything on our current row. So this needs to be our screen S mod. Oops. Now, if it is a colorable item, then the next thing I need to do is I need to grab the color from that location. So I need to grab $X again, and this time it's color S mod. So I do need to. So the LSB for the screen and the color is always going to be the same, but for the color lookup, I need to add a value, and that value is going to be the 8 minus. Do I have? Please tell me I have a screen RAM set up already. Screen RAM. There we go. Screen RAM. And that's going to give us the color mod lookup. Yeah, so that's going to give us the color lookup. Good night, Sinla. Thanks for joining the stream. Need to get through this wine. I've got another bottle in the fridge. If you send me your username on either Patreon or on Twitch, whichever one you subscribe to. Actually, I can see you on here, so just send me your Flubits username and I can add you. Put that over here. Permissions. Let's see if I can find you on here. Microman 3526, there you are. Cool, I've added you in there now, so you should be able to connect. Just follow the guides on there. You should be able to connect using... I think you connect via that link. I think if you put that into the Flubits thing, it will let you view it. You can do it through the web page as well. You don't have to do it through an IDE. So that will let you view it through the web page. I think you can only access that if you have permissions to do so. I'm gonna have to open the door a little bit. It's really warm in it. One sec. It's so warm, it's ridiculous. Thankfully my door leads straight outside, so... Okay, so then once I read this value, I need to check. First of all, is the colour white? If the colour is white, then I don't need to do anything. However, we're in multicolour mode, so we need to add 8 to this, so it's actually check for colour 9. Otherwise, what I need to do, I'm going to need an SMod 2 here as well, so this is already looking like I should have used 0 page, but we'll just try it like this if it becomes a problem. So what I need to now do is I'm going to transfer that value to the X register, and then I'm going to load up from I'm going to make a really small table at the bottom here. The reason I'm doing -8 is because we're in multicolour mode, so this will mean that in this table the first value will be if the colour is black, so it's here. If it's black, no change, so it would be 8. If it's white, no change. If it's red, it needs changing to green, so instead of being 0A, it should be 0D. Then this would be the same, this would be the same, and instead of 0D, 0A, and then I'll just fill out the table. And that should be Y, not... Yeah, that should be Y, so I'm going to match that X register. Right, that should be it, so hopefully I'm going to... Oh, no, this is only going to do the first row, isn't it? So the other thing I need to do is when we're finished, I need to implement the row. So row-wise, we're using 11 rows. So if this reaches 22, then we're finished. So if it's not equal, jump to here. And this will... Otherwise, I'm just going to load X with 0. I'm going to store that in colour switch active, and it will automatically store in colour switch right. Okay. Hope that made sense. Probably not, but let's try that anyway. Hope you're connected. Oh, you're in. Okay, cool. So yeah, you won't be able to edit code, but what you will be able to do is you will be able to see the code working as we move along. Oh, Doxy, you made a request. So I'm going to come back to this list again in a minute because I really like this list. But I am going to do Monty on the run. We'll go back to that list in a minute for sure. Okay, so if I set the ground as red, then what we should see... It didn't change, okay, but the border did flicker for a little bit. Okay, so maybe I'm not doing enough rows. I'll close this a bit. Okay, so the VAT in, so we're doing some... This is the problem with self-mod. I've created some weird scenario, I don't know. That shouldn't matter, but I'm going to put another bracket around it anyway. I'm going to check that this is working by not doing any of these. Actually, I do need to do that bit, but not doing this bit here. So I'm not going to check if it's colorable. I am just going to get rid of that, and I'm going to get rid of that. So this is all still going to run the same, but then I'm just going to store white in here. And this is white in high res mode, so hopefully when I grab that colour, everything should turn to high res from the top to the bottom. If it doesn't, that's the problem. So it did up to the third row, and then it broke. So let's figure out why that happened. So colour switch row. Okay, screen rows. Definitely correct. Andy, that's Acmefin level humour. 3 self mods. Booby's limited to 2 self mods, except in Total Recall. Although nice film reference there as well. Can anybody name the book in which there is also a character with 3 breasts? A whore with 3 breasts. And bonus points if you can tell me the name of the whore as well. I'm not going to type it in because you might see me type it in, but the Bible, Hired Sword 3. Oh, is that what the 3 is going to mean in Hired Sword? Actually, I can type this in. Yeah, there we go. No? What about if I told you the name? So I'll tell you the... Oh, mind you, you'll just Google it. It's my favourite book, if that helps. I've probably mentioned it at some point, but I read it like once every 2 years or so. No. It was, it's in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. So there was a whore called Eccentrica Golumbits, the triple-breasted whore of Eroticon 6. There you go. Show my sad knowledge of that book, unfortunately. Just to prove my point. That's the chat. So the question is why is it stopping? It's doing 3 rows and then it's stopping. So this is correct. This should be correct as well. Okay, so let's see. Let's put a breakpoint in here and actually see what values we're getting out of here each time. I'm pretty sure most people here would know that. I mean, it seems to be the book that most kind of coders our ages have definitely read. Okay, so first time it goes in, X is 0, then 1, then 2, and then it exits. Okay, it's stopping at that point, it's never going further. Okay, so let's have a look again. Let's move the breakpoint down. Colour switch row. Oh, yeah, no, that's fine. And we're never changing it again in here. Storing, yeah, it should be storing at the end of every carry. And in fact, you can see it going up, so it's definitely storing. So it got to 2 and then failed. How is that not 16? Load X with 0. Yeah, load it here to reset it when it's done, but only when it reaches this value. If it's not reached this value, it should never get to there. So let me move the breakpoint to here, because this is going to show what the value is just before we store it. But this looks correct. I can't think why that would be doing that. It's a strange one, that's for sure. Okay, so we store 1, then we store 2, then we store 3, and then it fails. Maybe the colour switch active is being turned off for some reason. Both my command. It's hexadecimal for 22, so hash $16. You load X0 and then store in row. Yeah, so this is when it's finished, we turn the active off and we store 0 in the row again. The problem is I don't think it's getting into this routine. I think it's the routine that causes this. Oh, I need to switch my headphones. Is that the right side? It is. No. Good night, DMX. Oops. I need a button to bring all my windows back up. Okay, I think that's it for Monty. It's just going through the sound effects now. Let's go back to where we were, which was these ones. I can't remember exactly where we are, so I'm just going to shuffle them and play a random one. Thanks for the follow, Trade Splatter. Welcome to the stream, dude. I kind of fancy playing some Turrican tonight, you know. I've just got this sudden urge to play it. But I don't think I've got my Commodore plugged in properly. No, I don't know. Maybe. Maybe I'll have a look at it, but I'll decide at 2 o'clock. Okay, so I want to see where this is being called from, because I have a funny feeling this is being reset. So, what would be setting these values? Okay, let's have a look. Color switch active is only set here, set to 0. Starts at 0 here. It's set to 0 here, but this is in initialize. It's also set to 0 in here with the power-up select as well. I know it's set to 1 in here, so really the only place it could ever be turned off is here. So I'm going to put a breakpoint in here to see if this for some reason is getting hit. Okay, so that breakpoint is this one, which is fine. That's also fine. That's fine. And then for some reason it stops. And it's like something goes really screwy at this point. So I think it's time to launch the debugger and have a look what values are getting put into these self mods. So I'm going to put a breakpoint in here. I'm going to close all my instances of the debugger. So I'm really pleased that Hayes has finally got into using the debugger. He's, as he said to me yesterday, I think it was, it's a game changer, and it really is. Once you figure it out, it really does change the way you think about code in 6502. It just suddenly becomes way easier. Okay, so our color lookup and our screen lookup. So let's put a breakpoint here. Yeah, okay, the breakpoint is already there. So screen lookup C100, D800. So this is fine. This is fine. This is fine. And then it goes wrong. Okay, so let's cycle through that. Let's put another breakpoint. No, let's cycle through it and then stick a breakpoint towards the end. Yeah, actually, I'm going to use. I haven't figured it out, but at least I can check races. I mean, to be honest, Hayes, that is the majority of it. Everything else is just fluff. The biggest help with this is being able to stick a breakpoint in your code and step through. As you'll see now, is exactly what I'm going to do to figure this out. So there we go. So I've broken. So this is where I am in the code. So one thing to note, the original code is Control-Shift-F3. And then you can see your code here as well. As long as you've got, I think it's debug something or other set, you can see it. Okay, so first time through, we know these values are correct, so I'm going to skip. Second time, correct. Third time it's correct, but it seems to be this one that's causing the problem. So I'm going to put another breakpoint in just about here. So I want to see what happens when I get to that point. So I'm going to step through just to make sure the values are correct. Okay, so they're not changing. That's not changing. Everything is fine. So everything is good at this point. Then we get to this point. Load X, color switch row. Row is on 2, but increase that, it becomes 3. Compared to 16, it's not 16, so it should jump to here, which means that gets stored in row. That's fine. So puller switch active at this point is 1CE2. So I'm going to go and check 1CE2. Because it seems like it's not firing that one. So 1CE2 is 0, 1. And then it gets set to 0. Something is set to 0. So this is the other cool thing you can do. So if you press Control and B, what was it, Alt and B? I've got breakpoints everywhere now. Should be Control B. There we go. Control B brings up this window, which is your breakpoint window. So you can put memory addresses in here, which is if you put break in the code, that's essentially what it's doing. It's adding breakpoints to here. But you can also add it to memory as well. So 1CE2 is where... Actually, it's gone to BB now. Why is it gone to BB? That's weird. And actually, our code has gone weird here as well. Have we got some overlap problems or something? Okay, let's run that again. No. So once you've got the debugger open, Control Shift F3 will show you the code. So you come into here, Control Shift F3 shows you the code. Now, interestingly, it looks like this block of code here actually gets overwritten, it seems. Oh no, 1CE2 is fine, because this is a data area, so this is fine. So you see it's set to 0, 1 here, which means it's going to start doing our routine, which is what we're seeing here. And it's still 0, 1. But now what you can do is if you press Control B, and you're not in here. By the way, if you get stuck typing into these areas, if you just click on this area over here, the sprite data, your shortcuts will work again. I don't know why that is, but I found out you can do that. So what you can do is if you do the address that you want to check for, so we're looking at 1CE2, do it in the memory section, and this breakpoint will get triggered when this condition is true. So we want any value written to it that's more than or equal to 0. So basically any value at all gets written to this address and it will break, tell us where that happened. So I restart the code, and so this is the breakpoint that we had, so I'm going to get rid of that one. Boom, there we go. So it's happening here. Wherever this is where it's happening. And if I Control Shift F3 that, this is in the player power up timer. Okay, so, and that's because X at this point is 3. So there's a bug in our power up timer, which is what's causing this issue. So let's go and sort that out. And that's why debugging is really powerful, because that would, if you tried to do that without debugging, it would have taken you quite some time to do so.
Pride is a good thing when you code.
Pride is a good thing when you code. Yep, it is. My general debug strat is to copy paste code into Shannon's Discord. Yeah, it's true. You're getting a lot better at it though, Hayes. Definitely. The last score stuff that you were doing, I deliberately tried to hold back and not give you all the information, and you went ahead and figured it out like almost immediately. So you're definitely picking it up, which is cool. It's good to see actually. It's really cool to see you getting on with it now. And it is a hard slog, especially when you've never really done assembly before. I and maybe a lot of people here have the advantage of having done assembly back in the day. I mean, I never did it commercially, I only did it as a hobby, but you know, having done that as one of my first languages makes going back to it quite easy. But having somebody who's only ever really done the higher level languages, going to assembly can be quite confusing. So it's cool to see. I'm really pleased that you're getting along there. Okay, so was it a power up timer table, wherever the hell that was? I'm gonna go for a smoke in a minute, so I'm just gonna try and fix this bug before I go there. Update player power up. So it's this bit here. So sometimes this was getting the value 3 for some reason. Why was it getting the value 3? Let's see what that's called. Okay, that really should not have been getting the value 3, but for some reason it does. Oh, do colour switch. Fuck. Okay, so I basically need to push your out. I've got to listen. Andy owes the timer in out on the timer for the power up. No, it was because I'm calling this function which does bash the X register, and then I'm relying on the X register being correct down here. So I just need to store it. I think that's all it is. The power up. This power up itself doesn't actually have a timer, so hopefully now the whole super crash, which is almost certainly going to be to do with the push and the pull. Push the accumulator onto the stack, pull the accumulator to the stack. Okay. What? Yes, that's... Thanks, Furrow, that's exactly what it is. So actually we need to do this here instead. Yeah, that's why the stack was unbalanced, that's why it's calling the crash. So yeah, that should be fine. Thank you, well spotted. So hopefully now this should, one line at a time, go all the way down the screen, which is doing perfect. So I can get rid of that breakpoint now because that's doing its job correctly. Which was where the hell was that now? There it is. And I can put this code back because this should actually change the colours properly. Now, get rid of that one there. Okay, so I'm going to do 2 tests here. First of all, I'm going to check that if there are no colours changed on the screen, that all the platforms stay white. And then I'm going to change some colours and grab the other power-up. So we are spawning 2, which is good. Okay, so there was a little bit of change. You can see, actually, there's quite a bit of change. Alright, I'm going to go for a smoke. Go to the toilet. When I come back, another Kahlua. We'll figure out what's going on here, but we're getting there. We're getting there slowly. You think you could push the stack and pull after the comparison? Oh yeah, that's a good point. Actually, I'm going to do that quickly before I go. Makes sense to do it neatly, doesn't it? Rather than where was that now? Yeah, so instead of unnecessarily doing it, only do it if I actually need to do it, which is if I do this. I think that's what you're saying, isn't it? Alright, I'm going to go for a quick smoke. When I come back, we'll sort the rest of that out. Alright, right back. I should have grabbed some milk, actually. I could have put some milk in this to make it less sticky. Maybe on the next one. It's slowing my winding. I mean, that's not a bad thing, but okay, so it's changing the wrong colours. So let's go and first of all make any switch always white, high res white, so it really stands out. See what happens, because at the moment it's changing everything, and it's changing it kind of drastically. Okay, so it's changing all sorts of weird things here. It doesn't seem to be related to the colorable at all. In fact, it's kind of changing colorable areas. Then there's areas that it's not changing. Now, this could just be because our charpad file has got the wrong data attached to it. So let's check the charpad file first. Let's make sure this is saved. Oh, I'm going to work on a redesign of the level graphics at some point to match this theme somehow. It'd be great to kind of work with you a little bit on that. I think it was you that did the background graphics, wasn't it? It's been so long. We just need to tie it all together a little bit more. So I'll do some mock-ups in the next week or two, and then is that the right one? Yeah, I think that's the right one. And then I'll I'll work with you on getting it correct. So it looks like, looking at this, it looks like there is just like one or two blocks where it's wrong, but they're consistently the same. So you can see this block here, which is God, which one is in here? I think it is that one, maybe. Oh no, because we've got the end one is okay. What's colorable? Let's go and find out what our colorable flag is. So our colorable flag is this bit here, so 2, so material 2 flag needs to be on, solid as well, so it'd be 2 and 1, so it needs to be 3 for it to work. And it looks like that one, oh actually there's 2 here, there's this one and there's this one, but they're both 3, so I don't think it's that, I think it's something else. Because the switch also seems to be... Ah, see, the switch is flagged as colorable, and it shouldn't be. Okay, so that's the first thing. It should be solid but not colorable. So it should be solid, which is material 1, but not colorable, which is material 2. So just 1. So likewise for these. Okay, so that's going to solve that problem of the switch turning colour. But it doesn't solve the problem of this block here, because it looks like it's failed here, it's failed here, but it's successful on this corner and on these 2 corners here. And then there's some bits in the middle which have gone. So let's just go through and check. So 3, 3, 3, yeah. All these should have a material of 3, which they have so far. Oh, I know what this is. Right, so I need to export this with the new materials, and I know what this is. And this is that annoying 4-bit color problem. So let me just export the character set attributes, which is what I need here. I'm going to assume it's cols.bin. If it's wrong, I'm going to have to pull from the thing. What we're doing is we're loading the color in from here, and then comparing it to this value. But the color could be that. It could be that. So what we need to do is we need to AND it with 0f, just to make sure that it correctly picks the right color. So I think this now should work. I'm going to do a commit to source tree so you guys on Flubits can get the latest color stuff. Yeah, the materials vision choose. Where has it gone? This one here. That's a good point. Actually, that would have been a lot easier, wouldn't it? Yeah. Yeah, so that is correct. Yeah. Yeah, thank you for reminding me of that. That would have been a lot easier if I'd have remembered that. So stage all, I'm going to commit this. So this is most power-ups working, color switch in progress. New. So if you are on Flubits and you're following along, you probably need to do a pull from the GitHub to get the latest asset files, because Flubits does have a problem with binary files if you're on Windows. It's fine if you're on Mac, annoyingly, but if you're on Windows, it's not. So okay, so I think this should just work. I think this should give us the correct behavior. So what we should see here now is any platform that is white should go into high-res mode. Okay. Nothing went into high-res mode there. Just let me load that colours file. I just want to make sure it's actually put that detail in. Yeah, I mean it's right in the attribute value, see. And with F0. Why F0? Oh shit, yeah. No. No, because we're loading data from the map, so we're actually loading the colour of the platform at this point. We're checking that the platform colour is the right colour. This is where we're actually checking if it's a colourable item or not. Should be fine. So let's just try that again. There we go, that one. It's skipping every single one now. Have I got the colour wrong? Do you know, I'm just going to put a breakpoint in. I'm going to run it in the debugger and then see what the hell happens as we go through this. It's going to be a lot of pausing and restarting, but hopefully we'll be able to see what's going on. So, okay, so okay, so this is where we're running through now. So currently our accumulator is 09. Oh, I'm skipping. Oh, I've got my branch the wrong way around. That's all it is. There you go. I was branching if it was 09, not if it wasn't 09. which is why we were seeing nothing happening, which means it's only affecting exactly the right characters now. Go. Okay, cool. So next check is to make sure that this is working correctly for player colors. So now when I run it, we should see nothing happen when I grab the first one, and then I'll color some platforms and hopefully they'll flip colors. So nothing happened. Now I'm going to color a couple of platforms in. There we go. And now they should go yellow, hopefully. No, they didn't. Okay. So what we're doing, we're checking to see if the colour is white as we go to here. Otherwise, we're going to grab a colour from the table. So our colour is red, which is going to be 0A. -8 is this 2 into the table, so it should be this here. Which actually is the wrong colour anyway. Oh no, red, green. Yeah, this should be right. It should change to... Oh, hang on. That player, the other player is yellow, not green, I think. Let's bring the other player in. Oh, I need to restart anyway. Okay, I can turn this off because I don't need to do that colour flash now. It's actually doing something. So I'm gonna activate both players and set some colours. So player 2 is using yellow. Probably need to change that to green at some point. For now, it's fine. See, nothing happened there at all. Okay, so we need to put a breakpoint in. Oh wait, if actually we don't need to do this at all. Yeah, don't need to do that at all. And I'm going to get rid of this just in case there is a high res. We may put a high res colour in at some point. So I'm just going to make sure this table has a full list of the switch. This is kind of inefficient, but I'd rather use 15 bytes than have some extra comparison code up there. So, and this should be yellow at the moment, so this would be F, and this would be A. We are going to need to change that that colour though. So let's get both players in. Let's colour some platforms. Oh, that's annoying. It coloured that bit in there, but I think that worked, did it? Yes, it worked. Cool. So the one problem we have got, and I'm going to fix this bug now, I'm going to try and fix this bug now, is that when this platform is coloured here, it seems to be leaking into the switch. For whatever reason. Oh, come on. Yeah, it's colouring these and it shouldn't be colouring these.
Thanks for the stream, Shalon. Doc is signing off for tonight. Cheers.
Thanks for the bits, Doc, and good night, mate. Oh, you gave me bits before as well. I missed that one. I think I'm too busy listening to the text-to-speech, so... Yeah, good night, dude. Thanks for joining the stream. Okay, so we seem to almost be there. The problem is at the moment is that the colouring is also affecting that the switch, and it shouldn't be affecting the switch at all. So I need to work out where that is. But the actual colour flipping is working now. So I'm going to flag that as done in my list here. So that's all my power-ups done now, which is pretty good. Done as in there, the effects are happening. There's no sound effects for them. So, okay, so I need to remember the projectiles and how these colour the platforms now, because it's been a few months since I did this. So let's have a look through. Okay, so destroy player projectile, moving right, player collisions. It's going to be a projectile platform collision. So destroy player projectile is a macro, so it could be in that somewhere, because we do have 2 of these. 3 of these, in fact. Check projectile collision. Oh, here we go. Okay, so we do have a check here to see if we're in a colourable location, and then we go to add new colour origin. So platforms. So it's this thing. Okay. Oh god, I remember this being kind of nightmarish. So this is going to be a fun chunk of code to look through. Yeah, so we do. This is where we grab the current colour. Turn off colour update. Okay, so this is where we actually turn it off. So why do we turn this off? We turn it off because platform complete has been set, which is this one here. Jump done right. Okay, right complete. Compare with the original colour. Oh, okay. So, when we're doing the colouring, what's happening is, if the switch... I need to see what colour the switch starts as. If the switch starts as a colour which is one of the players... yeah, see it starts as yellow here. I bet if we change that to something else, it won't do that. But I kind of want to change player 2's projectiles to green anyway. But because this is a player's colour, what happens is when I try and trigger red onto it, it's treating it as updated. And in fact, what's happening here is the projectile is going through it, which is colouring it anyway. So because we use character colour and we don't actually clear the character colour, so I don't think the colouring routine itself is breaking. It's the actual projectile hitting that area and colouring it. Whereas if I made that solid, that wouldn't... Oh, that is solid though. So the projectile is going through non-solid areas. Ah, okay. That's because even though this is solid here, we can still fire through it. Which is why we can't... shit, do I need to think about this now? Do I need to just make those? I think I just need to make the projectile stop when it hits. Actually, we can kind of make that colourable. Well, it could be the reason why we had it in here in the first place. So let's just try setting it to colourable. Let's see what happens. Trying to remember all this stuff is a nightmare. As I said before, usually when you do these games, you tend to do these day in, day out. I think it goes through because it's not colourable. If it's not colourable, oh, but you see it's colouring the switch now as well. I think if I walk on it, I don't know. And that just flicks it. Or maybe the switch... Should the switch be colourable? I mean, it is a walking piece of platform. So... This is a kind of battle between two things. So the first thing that's happening is due to how we've coloured the levels. So you can see how when I fire the projectile through here, it returns with a green pipe. And that's because this is using multicolour. Now if this was using a char colour, it would not return green. So if I go up to the cloud up here, which is a char colour, and I fire it through, it's actually quite hard to do. You see how it's coloured that in red? And that's because there's no colour update behind the character. So we may have to change that so there is a colour update behind the character. I kind of want to avoid that if possible because these soft sprites are quite heavy. So, and so that's what was happening. So that the projectile only stops when it hits a colourable platform. Because solid and colourable are two different things. So this wall is solid, but it's not colourable. We can fire through it. And if we was underneath it, we'd be able to jump up through it. Yeah, I think Hayes is right. I think the switch should be colourable. In which case, with the data's fine, but what I need to do is I need to change the initial colour of the switch. So I am going to change it in here to white to match the platforms. We call it the switch. Thanks for the follow, Barlet. Welcome to the stream, dude. Hopefully this will make more sense. That kind of, yeah, that actually does feel better, actually. And if I grab this, it should go red, which it does. Perfect. And if I set the second player on it. Okay, cool, right. So the only other thing I want to do is change the colour of player 2's projectile to be green. It's gonna clash a little bit with the background, but I am gonna rethink this background. So at the moment we're using green and red as our two multicolours. But I think we'll probably end up changing this to something else. Green and red are both in the first 7 colours, and it feels a bit of a waste to use those as the two primary colours there. Actually, I think the red might be character colour, I'm not sure. Let's have a look at the char map. Yeah, red is using char colour. Because it's non-colourable, it won't matter. So we can use char colour elsewhere as long as the projectiles don't go through it. So this guy's yellow projectiles, if they manage somehow to fire through this area here, because they can go through walls, remember, they can go through here, then it will turn that bottom area into a, yeah, I need to kill these things. Actually, no, I can't, because if I kill them, I won't be able to shoot. It's actually quite hard to get something into that area. In fact, I'm not even sure you can do it. No, it doesn't look like you can. But if I could, let's try from this side actually. If I could get something into that area, then that platform would change from red to yellow. So let's just need to think about this when we design the levels. Oh, you see there, it's changed yellow now. I'm not entirely sure why that's changed yellow. I think because it's carried on going through here and out the other side. Let's try changing that to red. Yeah, see, it didn't stop. It should stop when it gets to a non-colourable area. So that's a bug I need to fix, so we might as well fix that now. But we're getting there. Candyman Tune is the game. Is it? Yeah, that's what we've got at the moment. I think it's quite nice. It's a nice fitting piece of music. We need to get some sound effects done though. I think that's one thing that's starting to be needed. So graphics and sounds are really starting to be needed. And then I think really we're just down to polish very, very soon. I think we've probably got about 1 or 2 streams left of kind of fitting things together. Well, maybe a couple more than 1 or 2. So we've got the bonus values, so the number of tagged platforms, the number of enemies killed, the player exit bonus. Those need to be grabbed before we go into the bonus screen. The bonus screen needs rearranging with the transition. The transition itself doesn't actually need to go in, but right now. But the bonus screen needs rearranging so it's ready for when that transition comes in. Then the title screen. Title screen, I'm going to do a very basic version. So the bonus screen and the title screen theme are going to be the same. They're going to have that orange, red, yellow thing. So I'm just going to set that up and get that working before we kind of enhance it. We'll add high scores into it. Yeah, okay, maybe quite a few more streams, maybe about 4 or 5 more streams, I think, before we get into it. And tutorials because it's freaking complex. No, you see, now this is what I want to try and do. I want to try and make it so you can drop into the game and play it, and it just makes the basics of it make sense. So the basics are quite simple: shoot stuff and eat it. So the only thing that you will need to know is hold down fire to eat. So on the first level, the first time you stun an enemy, we may pop something up which says hold down fire to eat the enemy. Just on the first level, first enemy that you kill. The platform colouring. Oh, one other thing we need to do as well is, because the platform colouring makes 0 sense in one player unless we have enemies. Whenever an enemy touches a platform, it clears the colour for that section. So if an enemy touches a bit of a platform, it changes that platform back to white again. Yeah, that's a good point actually. Maybe the first level should have a couple of pop-ups on it, or maybe the intro as well, because the title screen is definitely where we can put a lot of that information in it. But yeah, I think if an enemy touches a platform, then it should reverse that color. So if you color a platform that's got a walker on it, it's going to color it, and then immediately the walker's going to decolor it again. But I think maybe we should, instead of adding stuff into the game which may slow down, because like once you know the mechanics, you don't really want the first level to slow you down. You just want to get into it. So I think maybe the title screen should have that explanation in it, and we can use that space to actually draw, colour in the play. We can draw the player, throw in and colour in the platform. We can actually display the same stuff there. So we'd have credits, high scores, and then a few explanations. So power-ups, what the power-ups, different power-ups do. An explanation of the platform colouring, and an explanation of the crown as well for 2-player mode. And then repeat. I think that makes sense. Because if you look at the this, so if you imagine taking all of this out here, so just a big yellow space here, we have a logo here, probably made of sprites. So probably thinking 6 sprites or so for the logo, which means we can kind of animate it in however we want. This bit will remain blank. This will just be a nice animation of the sprites moving up. But this area here, we can use for doing all sorts of stuff. So one thing I want to do is have this 2x2 font scrolling across the bottom here, but behind here. So it's not like a typical scroller which goes all the way across the screen. It goes behind these, which can just contain... I mean, for a game that's been done on the stream, it's going to contain credits for everybody that's been involved, or so and so. You know, the typical thing, like I did with Luna, basically, just a big long list of credits and kind of thank yous and stuff like that. But this area in the middle is what... So if you imagine kind of the area from this red block to this green block and all the space in between, we can use for displaying information about the game. So credits for the first screen, high scores, and then some animated examples, animated tutorials of what's going on in the game. It should be kind of nice, I think. I mean, this is so my design is shamelessly taken from Mario for the transition. It's taken from Sonic 2. Let me find an example. Pretty sure it's Sonic 2 anyway, I can't remember which one it is. I can't find an actual level intro for... Yeah, I mean, it's not exactly the same, but you can tell I'm kind of going down the same route, so... That's the Sonic 2 kind of intro to the levels, so... It's that kind of theme to it. It's a little bit different, but it's it adds that kind of big blocks of colour, right? One thing I'm not very good at is doing very, very detailed kind of shaded, hashed pixels, you know, all that kind of crazy detail work that some people do in CC. So I'm not very good at that. So the sawteeth going to move left and right, up and down. So these ones are definitely going to move up and down, just up. I'm not sure about this one. I mean, I could probably do it. I mean, it wouldn't take a lot to scroll it through the character memory. I just don't know whether it's going to be worth it or not. I can try it with both. It might look good with both. I did consider doing a little shimmer on this as well, but not like a constant shimmer, just like every now and again a little kind of ripple moving up through it. But again, I don't know. The only difference between this screen and the title screen is the title screen would have this red area down a little bit lower, so there's a bit more room for the logo. But it's all going to be dynamic, so you're going to be able to just call this routine and it will do the transition and set this screen up basically with the height that you want and whatever data you want up here. And that's the aim, so we'll see when we get to it. But I think it's going to look nice. I think with that transition in place as well, it'll look nice. And as long as we make the level graphics fit the theme somehow, I mean, I don't even know what that means when it comes to the level graphics, but I don't know. But yeah. playtesting when, hopefully not that long off. And what I want to do as well is set the testing up over Vice with the net play, so we can get some 2-player action going on stream. I don't care too much about leaks for this game. I'm fully expecting it. I mean, it's already been leaked 3 times anyway, so I mean, it's open on GitHub. Anybody can grab it. I'm surprised somebody hasn't grabbed it, finished it, and released it themselves. But yeah, I'd like to get some 2-player action going on it. So because that's where the bulk of the gameplay is going to be targeted towards 2-player. I still want 1 player to have a good time playing it, but I want you to really get the most out of it when you're playing it in 2 players. I think that's where it's going to shine the most. Alright. So we need to stop that platform transition from going beyond a platform, basically. So if it's non-colorable, if the platform is non-colorable, then it needs to stop. And at the moment, it's only stopping here. And this is stopping because platform complete has been triggered. And okay, so let's have a look. So it's got left and we've got right, because it goes in both directions. So if I hit the middle of a platform, it will expand out left and right until it stops. Okay, so that's why it's doing this. So this is grabbing a platform lookup, and this is grabbing the color of the platform lookup. It's not grabbing whether or not it's colorable. And so what that means is when it gets to this section here, which is this block, the char color is... Oh, actually, the char color is not always... We need to not rely on the char color, that's the problem. So we're only using the color here to grab it. Let's put a breakpoint in here and see what's actually happening. Pretty sure we're only using the color here. Thanks for the bits, Hayes. Games when? Games, what do you mean games when? You mean 2-player games? What do you mean this 2-player game? Fairly soon, I would hope. I mean, obviously we want this to be... fairly well tested soon, I would imagine. Don't mention me. Yeah, I'm all right. I had a double vegan burger today. It was the messiest thing I've ever eaten in my life. The burger, unlike a normal burger, it just fell apart. Oh, on tonight's stream, I might give. See if I can find my power supply. I might give Hurricane 2 a go. See if that actually turns on. I quite fancy a blast through Turrican 2. I should be able to complete it in about 2 hours, but I have been drinking, so I don't know. I think even completing it might be a struggle after drinking. Okay, I forgot what we're checking here now. Oh, I want to check what's in this platform lookup variable. So actually, I should have done this in the debugger. It's no good to me in there. So assuming I can get this working through the HDMI stuff, which I think should be alright. I don't see any reason why not. I mean, the lights come on my HDMI switch, so... And my joystick is around somewhere. If I pull on this, I should get a zip stick at the end of it. There we go. So I do have a zip stick. Some random extra wires have just appeared. So yeah, I might give Turrican 2 a bash, although I'm not going to use the version I've got on my stick. I'm going to download a different version. Because the version I've got seems to crash at a random point. It's a cartridge version and it's not very good. Actually, I've got the cartridge somewhere. No, I'm going to do it from... I'm going to do it with a fresh version. Quick help with Flubit's assets. Oh, I need to recommit my assets down there. So binary files do have a problem on Windows with Flubits, because it's expecting just yeah, it's a cartridge I made myself, Hayes. Based on an Easy Flash release. It was on CSDB, which is bugged, so... Yeah, there we go. So I'll grab another CSDB version with some other random hackers crap on it. I'll play that version. And again, I wanted the debugging on this. Oh, it's laggy. Why is that so laggy? Have I got another one? Oh, I've got another one open, that's why. There we go. Okay, so for colour a platform, comes to here. And it's looking at platform lookup, which is 7A, so let's just go and check what's in 7A. Yeah, DV27, see, it's just grabbing data from Coloran. It's not, it doesn't care if it's platform, if it's oh shit, that's annoying. Okay, so we can kind of grab it from here, but it's still looking for color origin LSB and color origin MSB, but we can add to these as well. So if we go into 0 page, we'll find where this platform lookup is. Platform lookup, here we go. And I'm going to call this platform char lookup. And I'm going to store that at platform char lookup. And then I'm going to subtract from the color D8 minus the upper byte of screen LAN, and store that at platform char lookup +2. Right, now I actually have the character on screen as well. So when I do this, I need to, before I actually do this, what I need to do is look up platform char lookup, Y. Oh my god, can I use X here? Because I've got X here. X, no, can't use X. I can use Y if I store the Y, so... Alright, this is going to be a little bit inefficient, but I just want to test it for now. So push the Y into the accumulator, then load char colors, Y, and it with utils dot collision colorable. If that is 0, then I can skip. At which point I need to pull the accumulator and transfer it back to Y. Otherwise, wait a minute, let's have a look. So, checks the colour, it subtracts 1 from the platform lookup. Okay, I do need to increment. Okay, so it's going to increment both. So at this point, I would increment platform complete, and then jump to done left. But not before I pull again. Jump to done left, so get rid of that. Like that, there we go. Branch shift not equal, that's it, there we go, right. And I need to do this on this side as well. Right, I think that is fine. I do need to change one thing in here, which is I need to store that. Because this one is going backwards, so it has to actually decrease that value. Which means I need to do this same calculation on here. Yeah. That's 1, not 0. And that should be 1, not 0. Okay. Okay, so the problem was firing here. Okay, firing there now does nothing. Let's try player 2. Okay, so I think our branch check is wrong. So we load the character in that location, check if it's colourable or not. If it is colourable, okay, let's try flicking it to see what happens. Okay, that seems to work in one direction. Okay, that's good. But I'm not sure why that equals fixed it. I would have thought it would have been the other way around, but hopefully now this should stop the puller from leaking all the way through to the other side, which is what it was doing. Oh no, it's only colouring in one direction now, which is really frustrating. It's not right, is it? It's only colouring left and not right. Okay. because that needs to be fallout, that's why. And then that needs a transfer accumulator to Y. So push accumulator to stack. Yes, yes. Okay, that's right. I think now the fix that I did to get it to work is going to break again now, but so I think that can probably go back to not equal. It's funny how it seems to colour. Seems to miss, sometimes it seems to fail. Like the first attempt there failed, second attempt fine. First attempt failed, second attempt fine. Let's try a random platform. Let's try this one up here. First attempt fail, second attempt colour. Okay, let's try 2-player. First attempt fail, second attempt. Okay, why? Right, I'm gonna go for a smoke. When I come back, I'm gonna figure out why that's happening. I might quickly just see if I can get the Commodore on here. In fact, I can do that right now. It doesn't take a lot. If I press that and then that. Okay, sure, that works. I have no idea if you can see what that at all. Probably not. No, because I need to put it through. I'll work it out when I come to it anyway. But yeah, it probably is something to do with that. I'll check in a minute when I get back. But it seems to only be affecting every other shot for some reason. All right, back in a second. Okay, this seems like a bad combination. Milk and Kahlua and wine. Or milk and wine aren't going to mix very well, but it's getting a bit sticky. This. I've drank almost a full bottle of Kahlua. That's quite bad. It's like coffee now. Wait, what? I don't have any vodka though, so I'm just diluting it to make it less sticky. So it's really just an alcoholic coffee right now. It's quite nice though. But yeah, it does need vodka. Actually, I've got triple sec. The orange. No. Let's not get absolutely wasted. Okay, so the problem is only every other frame does it seem to be allowing me to, every other attempt. First one fails, second one succeeds. Now, is it... Okay, let's try... Alright, activate it as red. Now I'm going to try... Throw ones for that guy. Yeah, that's interesting. Is it a position thing? So if I colour it here... No, it's not, because it's a completely different location. This is an interesting one, isn't it? So I'm trying to think, how can we debug this now? Because this is pretty good now. I mean, it's almost there. We've got rid of the bug which was making it extend to the bottom. but we do have this strange behavior. Is it to do with the number? So if I throw one over there, then throw one here, throw one over here, throw one over here, throw one over here, throw one over here. Ah. Okay, it seems to be related to the projectile number that's being used. Okay, so let's have a look at this routine and see what's actually going on in here. So, when we fill a platform, we're comparing it against the new colour. And so I want to know what's in this value here. So I'm going to go and put a breakpoint here, and I'm going to go and check that value and see if it differs on the first and second shot. Do it with the debugger as well. Oh my god, this is delicious with milk in it. Oh, thanks for the follow, Twitch Exotics and Jitter Ted. I missed that. I must have been smoking at the time. Thanks, guys. And thanks for the host, Hayes. Okay, so yeah, let's make it big. I'll try and go through any shortcut keys that I'm using just to give you guys a bit of information as to what the hell I'm doing here. So one thing you'll find is that you get a lot of flickering if you're doing, so we're doing a background color change here to black and blue here, which is why you see this flicker, because as the raster moves down the page, you see that. But what you can do is you can either click on here, or what I like to do, click on the game so you've got control of the game, and then just leave your cursor over a bit just so you get rid of the flickering. It's not necessary, but okay, so I've got two players going, haven't I? Let me just turn. So by default, joystick port both will be active. I just want one player to be active, so I'm gonna just skip through like that. There we go. Okay, so compare new colour 1867. So let's go and have a look at 1867. X is 02, so this is 1867. This is 02. It's 0A. So that's red. That's the colour red, which is what we want. And we see the platform indeed change to red. Okay, so let's try throw it on this platform over here. Actually, there you go, that'll do. Ah, see, it didn't even go in at all. It didn't even go into the fill platform function. It failed. So it's not even set in that initial colour for some reason. So okay, we can get rid of that. So this routine is fine. The problem is this bit here, I think. Update colour origins. No, this is... Okay, so colour origin. Add new colour origin. Here we go. So projectile index is passed in as X. So we just need to make sure. Well, let's put a breakpoint in and see what happens when we run it. Yeah, or you can use a debug screen that doesn't show the big view. Like Control F8 is a good one for that. What's interesting here is it's pronouncing banana differently depending on where it is in the word. What is full platform toggle for? Let's have a look. Oh! I think you may be up for something there. I think it's just skipping. Let's get rid of that. Maybe it's the speed that the platforms fill up or something. Thanks for the bits, Hayes, and thanks for all the bananas. I think you might be onto something there. So it's correctly... Okay, I'm not sure why that toggle's in there, but I think you might be right. Good spot. Let me take that breakpoint out, wherever the hell that's gone. Yeah. No, good spot. Didn't even look at that. Because that fills perfectly. That fills perfectly. That fills perfectly. Okay, let's try with 2 players. I think I might have been slowing it down for some reason, but I'm not sure why, because that works perfectly now. That's the bug fixed. Cool. Yeah, that's absolutely spot on. Two more bonus points to you? Yes, indeed. Do you know what? I feel like drinking this is really bad to drink wine afterwards, but I'm still going to do it. So if the stream suddenly ends, it's because I've ran to the toilet. Which is weirdly, it's only happened once before, which was when I was playing Doom. I think Doom gave me motion sickness after all the tequila, and I had to end the stream because I was proper ready to vomit everywhere. Yeah, this is feeling good now. So I'm still not 100% happy with the colour flashes for the god damn it, I'm trying to remember for the power-ups. Thanks for the follow, Weston K. Welcome to the stream, dude. I have a bad tummy and I don't know why. Doc said don't eat meat. Yeah, here's me drinking all of this. I have to say the not eating meat thing has really helped. I still get bad episodes now and again, like I had a bad episode 2 days ago. On Thursday actually. But it's way less frequent and way less painful. So it's definitely helping. I think red meat is definitely a problem for me. Thanks for the follow, Seek Sound. Welcome to the stream, dude. Okay, where are we at? This is... I'm trying to think what to do now, because I think we've pretty much completed what I wanted to complete on this. Yeah, I've still not watched The Mandalorian. I know, it's terrible, right? I should... Oh, problem. Switch is no longer active. Why is that switch not active? Okay, new bug. Why is the switch not active? Why Is it to do with the crown? It shouldn't be due to the crown. It's not even, like, normally it should trigger a little bit, and it's not. It's not triggering at all. Also, I think the players need to not be able to throw at this point, and they can. Although I'm sure I stopped that, so maybe that's the problem. Maybe the problem is... I changed it back to colourable though. It was always colourable. Actually, what happens now? Actually, 5. Although you shouldn't be able to throw at this point. That's a bug. So I think whatever it is that's stopping you from pressing the switch is also allowing you to throw again. So I'm gonna check the throw code. Oh my god. Yes, we are throwing. No, okay, so I want to be, if we're not throwing and we turn on throwing. So this is where we turn it on. Player 1 can shoot, player 2 can shoot. I think we should be blocking the fire press. Door spawned, there we go. If the door has spawned and we can no longer eat or throw. Okay. So this is actually correct, it's just that the door hasn't spawned. So let's go and have a look at the door. First check if the level is complete. Is the bar full? So we definitely had a full bar. Let's just see if we can recreate this. No problem, my command. Thanks for joining the stream, dude. If I committed more often. I completely agree that git diff is one way to find bugs, but it's not a great way to find bugs. You definitely, if you're at the point where you need to git diff to find your bugs, then you've got problems. So I refuse to do it at the moment. Yeah, so the switch is flashing, which means it knows it's active, but we can't press it. So that makes me think there's something else going on a little bit funky around here. Cycle the switch got, so it's doing this, so it's getting to this part. It's this bit here. Check player 1's state. Okay, so if either of these two states are set. So let's just get rid of them for a second. Let's see if it's that. These are the new changes that I made. Collision switch is a separate attribute. Is it? Oh, have I not turned that on? Ah, thank you. So that would be, these should be set to 7, right? Let's see if that works. Git diff is definitely amazing. I do not take anything away from git diff. It definitely has its purposes. However, I think if you, I do strongly believe that if you're in the position where you have to git diff to find out what you've broken, then you're in a weird situation. I guess you're right. For it depends how often you commit. If you commit really often, then git diff is probably a more powerful tool. But I still think it is kind of a last resort thing for me. Your mileage may vary, as they say. Let's turn that code that I just turned off back on, just to make sure it wasn't that broke it. Door. I don't think it was, because I'm pretty sure I opened the door since doing that. Yeah, definitely more points for you. You're doing well. If you've been drinking, then we need to get you drunk more often. Yeah, I think the git diff thing, it kind of depends on your use case. For me, my code is, I mean, certainly with C64 stuff, it's rarely committed often enough for it to be of much use. Yeah, that was it. Perfect. Oh, I'm not saying I haven't used it. I have definitely used it, but it's usually a last resort thing. It's like, okay, I can't figure out what the hell I've done wrong here, so I'm gonna look, or more often than not, what it is I'll have some live issue come up on one of the websites that we manage, and it's got a really kind of obscure edge case. So it's not something that people would have noticed straight away. It's something that would have taken a month or two of real world use for it to happen. In which case, you're looking at maybe 10-15 commits since then, and then you kind of look at it and think, okay, it's one of the last 15 commits has broken it, or more. We don't know. It could have happened 6 months ago, and so you kind of have to. First of all, you have to try and make it reproducible. Then once you make it reproducible, you start going through the gits, checking out different versions until you find which one breaks, and then you do a git diff between you look at the commit history and figure it out. So yeah, I mean, Git is a powerful tool. I'm not gonna deny that at all. It really is. I think that's working now. Yeah, all Git would have shown was that the attributes had changed, and not actually what had changed. So let's make sure it's working with 2 players. Let's pull us some platforms. Okay, let's grab some enemies now. Yep, switch is going down. Switch is down. Neither can shoot. That's good. Cool. And also when I break some, I had been working, I check out all commits until I get back to... Yeah, exactly. That's what I just said, yeah. Exactly. You go back in time until you find a git that works. So you try and reproduce it, and then you go back in time until you can no longer reproduce it. Yeah. Git blame, I love git blame. So as in my kind of job, I do a lot of work with other people's code, and I tend to work on stuff that's been handed down a lot and stuff. So git blame is my kind of get out of jail free card. It's like, well, it's not my fault. This person changed it on this day. Yeah, until it says your own name. But the thing is you only admit to using git blame when it's somebody else. When it's you keep it quiet and you just go, okay, right, I need to fix that. Yeah, git blame's awesome. I love the fact it's called blame as well. Like, they could have called it like user history or anything, but they called it blame because they know exactly why it's being used. Cool. I think we're pretty much there, actually, with everything I want to put into the game tonight. I think we're there. We've got all the power-ups in. There's still no differentiation between 1 and 2 player, which is why we can still get these colour power-ups. The colour power-ups mean nothing in 1 player. They're a 2-player only thing, like the crown. So we've still got the crown appearing, we've still got colour power-ups appearing in 1 player. trying to think, is there anything else I desperately need to, because I think bug-wise as well, that has squashed the major bugs that I had spotted in the game. There is nothing. That's interesting. You can colour the platform from one day. Can I do that from here? Oh, you can as well. Actually, I kind of like that. It's going to add to the one thing I like about this colouring as well is if you get really competitive about it, you can put some really awkward platforms in. So, you know, I want to colour that platform there. It's not the easiest one to hit, so you have to stand in just the right place. And you could spend all the time doing that, and then someone could just grab the colour power up. I think we're in a pretty good place. Do you know what? I'm going to take a quite early break now. I'm going to take a break now. I think I'm going to save this where we're at. I think we're in a good spot. I'm impressed actually that we've managed to fix the bugs I wanted to fix, get the power-ups in, make the players actually visibly use the power-ups. Really, what we need to do now is there anything I feel like I'm missing something in the game. I think that really is it. I think we need some new enemy behaviours and some new enemy sprites. So there's a graphic bit of work we need to do. New level data, possibly a level editor as well, which I may share with people. Yeah, I'll probably share the level editor to get some nice input. Yeah, I mean that's it. I think we can work on the title screen fairly soon. I think we'll probably try and get the transition in next. Probably next week if I can get it finished in time. I mean, it can kind of go in now as it is, but I'd like to make it. I'd like to make it a bit smoother than it is right now. But can you imagine the transition coming across? It just look amazing. Transition comes across, bonus thing comes in. It's going to look great. Then once we've got the transition and the bonus working properly, we can start thinking about advancing to next levels, because that's the next piece of code, and then title screen. Need to think about the credit system as well. How does that going to work? Is it just going to be one set of lives each, or are we going to have like multiple credits that you can use? Because there's no space for credits anywhere at the moment. We might have to be a little bit inventive with it. I mean, we could always use border sprites down here or something for a credit count. It would just need to be very simple. It could probably be done in one sprite down here. The transition bars will have I'll show you. I don't think you were here at the beginning, were you? So you probably missed the first half an hour or so. So this is roughly what the transition is going to look like. So it will have all three colours fading into yellow and then fading out, but there's a few glitches I need to fix in it first. But I think it's going to look really good, to be honest. No, I mean, I'm just changing the background colour, but technically we can put whatever we want because it's just sprites covering the entire screen, so... Alright, I'm going to go for a quick smoke, then when I come back I'm going to try and find a decent version of Turrican 2, unless somebody wants to try and find me one while I'm smoking. And then I will, hopefully, if I can get the C64, I mean, it seems to be on and I can get it on the screen, which means it's probably not hard to do that. Yeah, I went right to left. The reason I did that, though, there's two reasons. Technical reasons. One, because I'm using expanded sprites. When you move the expanded sprites this way, they're going to less than 0, and you start getting weird glitches around that. No, I'll come in a second, good point. And the other reason was for balance as well. So with the design of that screen, which I've lost again already, is going to have an orange bar coming from the left and a red bar coming from the top, so it made sense that the transition came in from the right as well. Fixed several bugs relating to colouring platforms, updated switch attributes. Fertile effect. Man, that's gonna, when that's rotated, it's gonna look sweet. It's not gonna get rotated. It could be done rotated. It actually could be done rotated. But you'd have to change the way you did it. So I'm doing this completely using sprites, but what you could do instead is you could have sprites going down the screen and have them move right to left, just one sprite per kind of band, if you like, and then fill the characters in behind it. So you would just be, as it's moving across the screen, you just be drawing columns behind it. The only problem with that is it's not that flexible in that you have to kind of draw to a screen at the same time. This is just you. All I've got to do is turn the sprites off and point the IRQ at this, and it will do this transition. And then when it's finished, clear the screen, set the background to yellow, and turn the sprites off, and you won't even notice it transition to the yellow background. It will just be yellow, because that's not yellow background, the background is pink. Likewise, when this goes across, the background will be grey. Right, the background is now grey, but you don't see it until it comes back. So that's why I went down this route. But there are other ways you could do it, and you could do it diagonally that way as well, but this was just easier, to be honest. Plus, if you did it with characters, you'd have to colour the characters as you went as well, because of the fade effect that I've got, and that would have just been nightmarish. So I'm not going to rotate it, so sorry. It's fine as it is. Right, I'm going to take a 5-minute break, guys. When I come back, we'll stick Turrican 2 on, and I'll have a go at getting as far as I can in it. So I can complete Turrican 2. I've completed it a few times. In fact, I think I do have a YouTube of me completing it. But I don't know if I'll be able to complete it after. Well, I've only had 1 bottle of wine and 3/4 of a bottle of Kahlua, but we'll give it a shot anyway. All right, be right back.